Phoenix Nights. Chapter 45-21. The sneak attack was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not seem to be prepared to defend at all. The Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding revealed a gloating expression. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The attack of a 6th-level core-shattering stage cultivator did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Layers of hard armor appeared on Ling Xiao's back. It had completely blocked his attack. Then, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the person. He saw the horrified expression on the person's face. He transformed into the beast god and grabbed the person's neck with his claws, lifting him up. "You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. "No! No! I didn't!" A 6th-level core-shattering stage cultivator was like a pitiful kitten in front of Ling Xiao. "Now you're acting pitiful? F***CKU. I didn't want to kill you, but I hate you." As Ling Xiao spoke, his other hand directly penetrated the 6th-level core-shattering stage cultivator's dantian. F***CK, so dirty your heart is black. Ling Xiao waved his hand in disdain. The bride was completely stunned at this time. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that Ling Xiao would be so powerful. "Bah! A bunch of trash. Bride, let's go, I'll take you away from this dirty place." Ling Xiao smiled and waved at the bride. However, at this time, the Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding blocked the door. There were dozens of them. All of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the core-shattering stage. "Do you want to die too? Scram!" Ling Xiao snorted and temporarily put the bride into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He shouted sternly. "You want to leave after killing our Yuhua divine sect people? Impossible!" A voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time. "Heaven-covering Great Palm!" After being strengthened by the Fiend God energy, the heaven-covering Great Palm had reached the early 10th level of the Emperor rank. It was a piece of cake to deal with this kind of bastard. There seemed to be a thunderclap in the sky as a giant hand tore the sky apart and descended. He directly slammed into the crowd. The dozens of Yuhua sect cultivators who were blocking Ling Xiao's path did not even have the chance to regret their actions. As the giant palm fell, all of them died tragically. They were all smashed into meat paste. Then, Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. As he rose into the air, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame. The entire mansion was ablaze. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he leaped into the distance. He planned to send the bride out of the chaotic sand ocean first. This could be considered as being extremely benevolent. "Who is he? Why is he so terrifying?" Outside the burning mansion, people were panicking. "Don't tell me it's the Prince of Jin who has recently risen to fame?" Everyone was talking about it, but no one thought that it was Ling Xiao. It was obvious that even though Ling Xiao had caused such a huge commotion, he still had not been able to do anything. People still looked down on him. Soon, he arrived outside the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao released the bride and helped her remove the seal on her vital essence. "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'm Lin Lang Yu. There's nothing to thank my benefactor for. Take this as a souvenir." Lin Lang Yu gave her personal item, a jade pendant, to Ling Xiao. "Benefactor, please don't refuse. When my father gave this to me, he said that this pendant was not ordinary, and that there was a universe within it. Unfortunately, I'm slow-witted and can't understand it. I'm giving it to you, benefactor. I hope that you can use it." Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to refuse, Lin Lang Yu hurriedly stopped him. "All right then. I'll take it," Ling Xiao said as he put the jade pendant around his neck. "Benefactor, be careful. Goodbye." Lin Lang Yu took a deep look at the chaotic sand ocean. "I might come back to this place again." After saying that, she turned and left. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was really stubborn. She actually dared to come back to this place after suffering such a great calamity. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. As for the jade pendant, he felt that there was some strange power brewing within it. This was an unexpected gain. "Ling Xiao, I knew it was you." When he turned around and was about to return to the chaotic sand ocean, a voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if he used all his skills, he would definitely not be a match for this level of expert if he did not use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. This person held a long spear in his hand and rode on a flying tiger. He was wearing silver armor and had extraordinary combat strength. Knowing that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao still fought with him. In the end, he even used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. However, he was still no match for his opponent. Using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he could at most fight with a 7th level core fragmentation realm martial artist. 8th level was still a little troublesome. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword. A sword light suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use his Dharma treasure. The 9 Revolution Gourd with 2 dragon patterns was extremely terrifying. A sword light instantly rushed out. Before the martial artist could see what was going on, his head was chopped off. After taking advantage of the situation, Ling Xiao was not willing to hold back at all. He used all kinds of abilities again, forcing the 8th level core fragmentation realm martial artist to retreat. Twin Tiger Divine Seal. 2 fierce tigers suddenly appeared and directly pushed the martial artist to the ground. He held down Devour. This was the power of a Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao felt that if the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was combined with these Dharma treasures, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Unfortunately, he felt that it was a little unfair. However, he did not dare to be negligent. The battle here was lively, and the aura must have been released. More martial artists from Yuhua Divine Sect would appear. He had to leave. Sky Tyrant, Void Shattering Finger. When the Twin Tiger Divine Seal restrained the opponent, Ling Xiao used the Void Shattering Finger in the state of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. A strange black hole appeared behind the martial artist and sucked him in. A moment later, it was completely torn apart. Every time he used the Void Shattering Finger, it was terrifying enough. Let's go! After killing someone, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay. He hurried to the chaotic sand sea and headed to a remote place. These days, he had to rely on such battles to improve his strength. The battle just now and the battle in the house caused the energy in his cultivation sea to increase by 10%. It reached 90%. The breakthrough was just around the corner. Stop! Not long after, he was surrounded again. This time, it was actually more than a dozen 7th level core fragmentation realm martial artists. Although each of them was not as strong as the martial artist just now. But the number was enough. There's no other way. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and directly released the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Originally, he wanted to use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King's combat power to kill these people. Unexpectedly, a strange scene appeared. After killing the group of martial artists, the 9 Nether Giant Demon King actually flew away. F***CK! Ling Xiao was stunned. Master, what's going on? I just sensed a powerful aura leading the 9 Nether Giant Demon King away. Yuan Venerate said. Who dares to kidnap my things? F***CK, I want to see who it is. Ling Xiao was furious. Although the other party's aura was powerful and his soul power was terrifying, it did not mean that his strength was strong. Everyone read. Chapter 45-22. Ling Xiao had seen many sealed experts, and they also had powerful bewitching abilities. However, their combat strength was not much. In any case, he would definitely not give up the 9 Underworld Great Demon Kings so easily. This thing was his trump card. It could make him not even afraid of divine physique echelon experts. If he lost it, how depressing would that be? A moment later, Ling Xiao arrived at a desolate and uninhabited place. There were no villages or towns here, and there was not even a single person. It was so desolate that it was like a forbidden area. He was very familiar with the aura of the 9 Underworld Great Demon King. He had even injected a trace of his soul imprint into that guy's body. He could easily find out where the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was. It's very far away. Ling Xiao could feel that the 9 underworld Great Demon King's aura was extremely far away from him. This chaotic desert sea was incomparably huge, so it was normal for it to be far away. He followed the aura and flew over. At the same time, the 9 underworld Great Demon King was sitting cross-legged in front of a cave. He was motionless as if he was already dead. The terrifying demonic aura on his body was also forcefully suppressed. There were many terrifying demon beasts nearby. Once they got within 1,000 meters of this cave, they would be like the 9 underworld Great Demon King, losing all their killing intent and demonic aura. There seemed to be something terrifying hidden in that cave. It was enough to suppress all demons. The cave entrance was like a black hole. It kept spinning as if anyone would be sucked in as long as they got close. Damn! What a haunting ghost! Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because a martial artist from Yuhua Divine Sect appeared in front of him. He was also in the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm, and his strength was exactly the same as the martial artist he killed earlier. Moreover, his clothes were also very similar. He was probably a middle to high level martial artist from Yuhua Divine Sect. Ling Xiao did not know much about the structure of Yuhua Divine Sect. However, if this person was in another sect, he would at least be in existence like a deacon. This person's weapon was different from the previous person. The previous martial artist used a long spear, and this person was holding a giant hammer in his hand. He was also riding a powerful flying tiger. This flying tiger's strength was in the 7th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. I heard that this Yuhua Divine School has given the Flying Tiger Knights Regiment. They should all be members of the Knights Regiment. It was unknown where the Yuan Venerate had obtained this information. However, thinking about it carefully, Yuan Venerates had traveled all the way from the Immortal Court continent to the Sky Dragon continent. Perhaps he had been to the Chaotic Desert before, so it wouldn't be strange for him to know about the Jade Flower sect. He never casually asked about his master's matters. This was the courtesy of a disciple. The Flying Tiger Knight held a giant hammer in his hand and stood proudly in the void like a thunder god. There was a strong killing intent in his cold eyes. A terrifying aura swept towards Ling Xiao like a flood. Scram! I have serious business to attend to. Right now, Ling Xiao was most concerned about the 9 Nether Demon King. In addition, he had already killed a Flying Tiger Knight who was in the 8th stage of the Core Shattering Realm, so he was not that afraid. He had tried it before. As long as he released the Tyrant Martial Soul and combined it with the power of the magic treasure, it was absolutely possible to kill an 8th level Shattered Core martial artist. Although sometimes he had to catch his opponent off guard. What arrogance! My companion was killed by you using a magic treasure, right? The Flying Tiger Knight glanced at Ling Xiao and was rather disdainful of Ling Xiao's cultivation base. He believed that Ling Xiao could not have killed the Flying Tiger Knight with his own strength. Since he had done it, there was only one possibility. That was a magic treasure. Ling Xiao must have used an extremely terrifying treasure. How long-winded. If you want to know, try it with your life. Ling Xiao sneered. Humph! The Flying Tiger Knight snorted and waved the giant hammer in his hand. In an instant, violent thunder sounded everywhere. The spiritual energy in the sky seemed to have been ignited. Since you want to die, how can I not fulfill your wish? The Flying Tiger Knight urged the flying tiger beneath him and traversed a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. He charged towards Ling Xiao. A gale rose and wrapped in thunder and lightning bombarded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt immense pressure. At that moment, the giant hammer smashed down from above, and the space seemed to have been shattered by the terrifying power. 9 Revolution Gourd, Light Shield. Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly this time, so he entered the Beast Soul transformation state of the unbounded Heavenly Rat from the beginning. He also used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Boom! The giant hammer smashed on the light shield and made a terrifying sound. Ling Xiao did not even take half a step back. The Flying Tiger Knight said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have an Emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. No wonder you could kill the young master. However, your strength is not enough to unleash the full power of the Emperor weapon. Seeing Ling Xiao use the 9 revolution gourd, the flying tiger knight was surprised but not panicked. Wild thunder falling sky. With a roar, the giant hammer shone with a terrifying light. It smashed towards Ling Xiao crazily. It avoided the light shield and surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. Moreover, it was thunder and lightning. The terrifying speed was impossible to dodge. 9 revolution gourd, 9 revolution armor. The gourd spewed out a cloud of black smoke and wrapped Ling Xiao's body. Then, it turned into a black armor. Although the armor's defensive power was not as good as the divine phoenix armor, it was still a defensive treasure with 2 dragon patterns. One could imagine how strong its defensive power was. Boom! Despite the bombardment of thunder and the sound of lightning, Ling Xiao was unscathed. The flying tiger knight's eyes shone with greed. He had never seen such a treasure before. He swore that he must get it. Just as he was about to launch his 3rd attack, suddenly he felt a pain in his chest. A dagger was stabbed into his heart, and the curse power was crazily leaking out. At that moment, he felt that he could not use his true origin. Do you think my treasure can only be used for defense? Ling Xiao curled his lips. The cursed demon dagger had a miraculous effect at the crucial moment. The cursed demon dagger! It's actually in Ying's treasure. Oh no! The flying tiger knight was terrified. Of course, Ling Xiao would not give him a chance. The twin tiger divine seal was activated again. The huge seal directly smashed onto the flying tiger knight's body, knocking him out completely. The twin tiger divine seal had 2 uses. One was to release the fierce tiger seal. The other was to smash it directly. The power was not small. Taking advantage of the flying tiger knight's confusion, Ling Xiao took advantage of it. Sky Tyrant Remnant Blood! A terrifying saber aura that was enough to split space cut through the void and directly cut the flying tiger knight in half. His dantian shattered. He died tragically on the spot. After killing the other party, Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He activated his true origin and completely sucked it dry. This time, the energy in his cultivation seed did not directly advance, but it increased a little. He was not far from the final breakthrough. I have to break through quickly. This kind of fighting method is too unsafe. Almost every time, I use my full strength. Without a trump card, I'm so nervous. Ling Xiao thought silently and did not dare to stay. He continued forward. The 9 Nether Demon King had only left for a moment, but it felt so far away. It felt like he had entered another small world. End of chapter. Chapter 45-23. Damn it, this kid is too cunning. What is he doing here? Ling Xiao fled quickly after killing the flying tiger knight. The experts of the Jade Flower Divine Sect quickly arrived. This time, there were 2 flying tiger knights at the 8th level of the core-shattering realm. Unfortunately, they failed to catch him. The air was filled with the aura of the flying tiger knight before his death, as well as fear and unwillingness. Another one died. How could this be? Isn't he at the intermediate stage of the extreme core realm? One of them asked. I told you not to underestimate this kid. There's the aura of a treasure in the air. I suspect that kid has a treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to leave the Golden Prince. The other person said. Let's chase him together. I don't believe that he can be a match for the 2 of us even if he has a treasure. Let's go! The 2 flying tiger knights followed Ling Xiao's aura and chased after him. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of a dense forest. There was a terrifying aura in the forest. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Ling Xiao hovered in the void and looked at the forest. He discovered that it was actually a huge array formation that covered an area of nearly 10,000 acres. Within this 10,000 mu area, the forest was very dense. It was also extremely tall, which was completely different from the surroundings. What exactly is this place? Ling Xiao frowned and hesitated whether he should enter or not. However, The aura of the 9 underworld Great Demon King was clearly in this forest. Master, can you break this array formation? Ling Xiao asked. Are you looking down on me? However, this array formation is indeed powerful. Even I would need at least a day to break it, Beyond Master said. All right. That's good. As long as he could break it, Ling Xiao had no need to be afraid. He used the earth golden light technique and continued forward. He disappeared into the dense forest. After walking for about 100 meters, he suddenly saw some huge vines forming 3 huge words: Demon Suppression Forest. This is actually the Demon Suppression Forest. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. There were many ruins in the chaotic sand ocean. The 12 ruins were the most famous among them. However, there were also some places that were not famous. However, they were not inferior to the 12 ancient remnants in the slightest. It was only because people did not dare to enter and explore it that it was not very famous. For example, this demon-suppressing forest was one of them. It was rumored that martial artists below the divine body realm would definitely die if they entered this place. However, when divine body realm martial artists entered, they would discover that this was just an ordinary primeval forest. They had never discovered any treasures. Anyone would be afraid of such a strange thing. However, the chaotic desert was filled with desperados. Naturally, they refused to believe such a legend. Many people even deliberately went inside to investigate. However, many went in, but not a single one came out. Gradually, the demon suppression forest became a forbidden area in the chaotic sand ocean. Whenever a cultivator from the 4 regions or 9 worlds came here, the Council of Elders would remind them that they were not allowed to enter. Ling Xiao also received the same notice. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to go in, 2 powerful auras suddenly chased after him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw 2 flying tiger knights. His strength was on par with the 2 people he had killed before. But there were 2 of them. He could deal with 1, but he could forget about 2. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that these 2 flying tiger knights actually stopped 100 meters away from him. Were they afraid of the demon suppression forest? Ling Xiao felt that this was the only possibility. They couldn't be afraid of him. Just as he expected, the 2 flying tiger knights had a headache because of the demon suppression forest. Ling Xiao, this damned guy, of all places, you just had to come to the demon suppression forest. Don't you know that the demon suppression forest is a forbidden area? As flying tiger knights who had lived in the chaotic sand ocean for a long time, they knew much more about the demon suppression forest than Ling Xiao. Back then, many of their brothers had died inside. One of the flying tiger knights stood 100 meters away. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Why are you doing this? I believe the Golden Sky region's elders have already told you. The demon suppression forest is the forest of death. Once you enter, you'll definitely die. Why are you so stubborn? Come with us to the Jade Flower sect to admit your guilt. Perhaps you can get leniency." "Leniency, your sister? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. Demon suppression forest, I'm really going to barge in today." Although Ling Xiao was not a match for the 2 flying tiger knights, he could still escape using the vertical golden light technique. However, he still felt sorry for his 9 nether great devil king. Furthermore, he was able to break the array formation of the demon suppression forest. His outcome would definitely be different from others. What was he afraid of? "You're really ignorant. Once you enter the demon suppression forest, not even your bones will be left. Come with us, and you'll at least have a small chance of survival," the other flying tiger knight also said. "Well said, but it's a pity that you 2 idiots really think that I'm at my wit's end." Ling Xiao revealed some disdain. He dared to come out alone because he relied on his powerful life-saving skills. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Originally, he could immediately turn around and enter the demon suppression forest. However, his cultivation was about to break through, and he couldn't bear to part with the 2 opponents in front of him. Not good! Ling Xiao suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately turned around and fled into the demon suppression forest. At this moment, a terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth. A terrifying palm wind set off a violent storm. It completely destroyed the forest where Ling Xiao was standing. If Ling Xiao didn't discover it in time, he would have turned into ashes. At the very least, he would have wasted a chance of revival. If he wanted to enter the demon suppression forest, it would be very dangerous. This chance of revival must be kept. Hateful! After Ling Xiao left, a tall figure appeared from afar. This person was wearing a black robe. As he stood in the void, a terrifying aura was naturally released. This caused the two flying tiger knights' faces to change. Greetings, sect leader! So this person was the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect. No wonder he was so angry that he personally came to kill Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao escaped quickly. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? At this moment, the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect's face was very ugly. That attack just now was to heavily injure Ling Xiao on the spot. However, he didn't expect that an extremely hidden attack would be detected by Ling Xiao in advance. Escaped into the demon suppression forest. Standing outside the demon suppression forest, the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect, Yu Huajun, was somewhat at a loss. He only had 3 sons, and now 2 were dead. Moreover, the 2 of them were very likely killed by Ling Xiao. Others thought that it was Xiao Jin who did it, but he wasn't an idiot. According to what happened that day and the traces at the scene, he was 100% sure. It was Ling Xiao, this brat, who used some kind of magic treasure to kill his 2 sons. This grudge, even if the heavens were to stop him, he would still take revenge. It was a pity that Ling Xiao had entered the demon suppression forest. He couldn't take revenge personally. The 2 of you, lead the Flying Tiger Knights to closely monitor this place. If there's any movement, report it immediately. After Yu Huajun threw down this sentence, he turned and left. Chapter 45-24. Yu Huajun did not dare enter the demon suppression forest rashly. Furthermore, he had other things to do. He did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to come out of the demon suppression forest alive. However, he was cautious and still decided to send someone to guard this place. What if a miracle happened? To be honest, he hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to survive. That way, he could personally avenge his son. He also wanted to know what kind of treasure Ling Xiao had on him that could actually kill his son, Yuhua Sky Demon. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the dense forest. Everything around him had become very quiet, as if it was a ghost town. He entered the Shadow Warrior form and continued in the direction of the 9 underworld Great Demon King's aura. Although he did not know who had unleashed that palm strike, it was definitely an extremely powerful enemy. He reckoned that he would not be able to get out in the near future. In that case, he might as well take things as they came. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard from the dense forest. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had actually been discovered while he was in the Shadow Warrior form. A group of foxes had surrounded him. This group of foxes had red demonic eyes and looked extremely strange. He simply had nowhere to hide from their demonic eyes. The foxes stared at Ling Xiao with their blood-red eyes, clearly showing mockery and disdain. Damn it! How dare a group of evil beasts look down on me? Ling Xiao channeled his true origin. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood the moment he channeled his true origin. F***CK. I understand why all the martialists who entered this place died. I can't channel my true origin in this damned place. I can't even absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth. This must be the doing of the array formation outside. Ling Xiao thought of this but did not panic. Even without his true origin, he still had his spirit power and physical body. This place, to him, was not a place that would cause him to despair. Master, please find a way to break this array formation, but don't break it yet, Ling Xiao said. Yes, Master. Although Yuan Venerate was only a spirit body now and could not fight, it was not a problem for him to do such a small thing. So, seeing Ling Xiao vomit blood, a fox beast suddenly scurried over. His speed was extremely fast. Under the dim light, the sharp claws flashed with a strange sharpness. "You're still too inexperienced to play with my physical body." In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He did not circulate his true essence, only using the strength of his physical body to resist. The sharp claws pierced into the fox's body. However, the fox beast's claws were unable to tear his body apart. Ling Xiao smiled. It was basically impossible for martial artists below the divine body realm to have such a strong physical body like his. His god-fiend black tortoise body was already terrifying enough. Coupled with his beast soul transformation, how could the fox beast be his match? Beast form! Ling Xiao directly transformed into a huge limitless heavenly rat. With a height of 7 to 8 meters, its terrifying claws slammed into the fox beasts. Several of them were killed in an instant. The fox beasts were so scared that they went into hiding. Facing Ling Xiao, he actually knelt down and kowtowed continuously. It was as if they were kowtowing to their god. Ling Xiao was a little confused. Could it be because of the beast god's aura? After thinking about it, he could not figure it out anyway. Since the other party was no longer attacking, he might as well continue forward. This time, he directly retained the limitless heavenly rat's beast form. Flapping its huge wings, he flew above the dense forest. The primeval beast god's divine might seem to be very useful in this dense forest. Many terrifying beasts saw him coming and either avoided him or directly knelt down to worship him. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He now truly understood how terrifying this demon suppression forest was. If it were someone else, they would not be able to survive. Even if their physical body was strong, even if they had a secret soul technique. However, without the powerful primeval beast god position, they would be exhausted to death even if they were tired. Just as Ling Xiao felt that the 9 underworld's giant demon king's aura was getting closer and closer, a black wind suddenly attacked. The entire sky was covered by them. Ling Xiao looked at it in surprise. It was actually a swarm of locusts. However, they were just black locusts. Each of the locusts was wrapped in a black aura. They were so densely packed that the surrounding beasts seemed to be fleeing in a sorry state. What the hell is this? Even the aura of the primeval beast god position is useless? Ling Xiao was very shocked. However, shock was shock, not to the point of fear. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. Activate the Undying Bird Fire. Deviant fire enveloped his entire body. A huge Hell Undying Bird appeared in midair. At this moment, the locusts had already attacked. Like moths to a flame, they crashed into the deviant fire and were burned to ashes. However, the ones behind them actually rushed over one after another, as if they did not know fear at all. Burn, burn! Ling Xiao laughed wildly. The crazy deviant fire burned the locusts to death and released black smoke, which was actually absorbed by his body. The energy in his cultivation sea had finally risen to 100%. This was even more satisfying than fighting those warriors of the Yuhua divine sect. However, thinking about it carefully, in this world, there were very few people who had deviant fire. Entering this damned place was really full of danger. He could guard against one kind of danger, but not the second. Fortunately, he had enough trump cards. Otherwise, he was afraid that today would be troublesome. There were too many locusts in the sky, and he could not burn them all. Therefore, Ling Xiao simply burned them as he advanced. In any case, his Tai Chi had already seen the place where the 9 underworld demon king was. However, the closer he got to that place, the more he felt a terrifying pressure. His mind was filled with crazy thoughts. His ears were filled with the screams of ghosts and monsters. It was simply driving him crazy. Boom! At a certain point, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Anyway, there was no one here, and he was not afraid of being seen by others. A pitch-black universe appeared behind him, and a terrifying aura was released. That terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. As expected, the Sky Tyrant martial soul is the most powerful. Ling Xiao sighed. As he continued forward, the locusts had already scattered. This was not a place they could set foot in. On the ground, there were countless corpses, most of which were human. Most of them were quite old and had turned into eerie white bones. In order to explore the secret of this demon-suppressing forest, they left their lives here. Ling Xiao had some respect for them. Although they might have come with greed, if it were not for these people who stepped forward to open up the territory of the human race. Today's humans would not be so lucky. He did not put away the Sky Tyrant martial soul, because that pressure was too terrifying. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could not withstand it at all. He did not want to die yet. Perhaps, he would become the first human to successfully explore this demon-suppressing forest. He would know the true secret of this demon-suppressing forest. What did this place have to do with the eternal desert? What kind of thing existed that could actually make the 9 underworld demon king leave him? There were too many questions. Curiosity drove Ling Xiao to continue forward. It was hard to imagine what the world would become if humans lost their curiosity. Chapter 45-25. Finally, after going through difficulties and obstacles, Ling Xiao arrived near the cave. The 9 nether demon kings sat there in a daze, as if he had been petrified. The terrifying and deep cave released a terrifying dim light. It was as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. The source of everything in the demon suppression forest should be this cave. What exactly is inside? Ling Xiao felt that his gaze was about to be sucked in by a pitch-black vortex. He lifted his foot and walked towards the black vortex. This is a seal. Ling Xiao walked in and realized that this was not an entrance at all, but a terrifying seal. This seal was even more brilliant than the huge array outside. There is actually someone who can come here alive. It is indeed a good fortune. Suddenly, a voice sounded abruptly, giving Ling Xiao a fright. He had always thought that there was no living person in this place. But after a moment, he calmed down. This voice was solemn and did not sound like something evil. But who was it? He turned his head and looked around, but he did not find anyone. In the end, his gaze landed on the seal of the cave. Could it be the people inside? Which expert is speaking? Why don't you show yourself? Ling Xiao looked at the seal and said in a clear voice. At the same time, he retreated about 50 meters, on guard against any sudden changes. Expert? I am just a poor person who was sealed. Leave quickly. This place is dangerous. Be careful that you are also suppressed here by that demon. The voice sounded again. Ling Xiao was sure this time that the voice came from the cave. There was no mistake. This voice was humble and gentle, but also solemn and solemn. It made people feel very comfortable listening to it. However, it seemed to have some resentment towards the demon suppression forest. Senior, why don't you show yourself? Maybe I can help you. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with light. No one knew what he was thinking. Buzz. A strange sound came out. The next moment, a figure flew out of the cave. The figure was dressed in white, and his hair and beard were all white. However, he looked very young. He was like a celestial being. This is a soul projection. The Taiji could tell at a glance that this was not a real person. Why was the demon suppression forest suppressing such a celestial being? Ling Xiao really couldn't see any demonic traits in this person. It was easier to believe that he was an immortal. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and the potential of a saint. Just looking at him made people want to kneel down and worship him. However, the seal was even more terrifying. Even though it was just a soul projection, it still triggered a reaction from the seal. A terrifying pressure was released, and Ling Xiao felt as if he was about to be crushed. Fortunately, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit had once again displayed its miraculous effect. It actually absorbed the power of the seal. Eh? That person seemed a little surprised. Little friend, you seem to have had some fortuitous encounters. In that case, you shouldn't waste your life here. This devil-suppressing forest was filled with danger. Even if they can enter, they might not be able to leave. That person sighed. Thank you for your concern, Senior. However, there's something that I don't understand. This place was called Demon Suppression Forest. But Senior doesn't seem to be of the demonic Tao. Junior has also seen heavenly demons and is deeply familiar with the aura of the demonic Tao. Senior's immortal aura is admirable. Why are you trapped here? Ling Xiao asked. How can the matters of the world be simply explained in black and white? History is written by the victors. If he says I'm a demon, then I'm a demon. Even if I'm not, I am. If he says he's an immortal, then he's an immortal. Who dares not to believe it? That person laughed bitterly, as if he had already seen through everything in the world. Ling Xiao listened to the other party's words and felt that it made sense. Furthermore, these words were especially suitable for his temperament. He had also been called a demon before? He was also considered a god. But he was only a human in the end, a person who acted according to his heart. Junior might be able to help you escape from the cage, Ling Xiao said. That person shook his head and said, No need. Rather than entering the dirty world, it's better to just stay here and be free. It's also an interesting thing to be with demonic beasts every day. It's just that these few years, I've seen too many people die because of this seal, because of this formation. This old man really can't bear it. These people's souls can't reincarnate after they die, and can only become lonely souls here. If you have the heart, then help them expiate the souls of the dead. Senior is really an immortal. It's really rare to see such a kind heart. It would be a pity for you to waste your cultivation here. This junior just so happens to have learned some techniques to break the formation. Why don't Senior tell this junior how to break the seal? This junior can give it a try, Ling Xiao said sincerely. He rarely admired people, but it was really a pity that such an expert was sealed here. Since you have the heart, then this old man will tell you. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then don't force yourself. This old man has already done this, and I don't want you to be hurt because of this matter. That person still had an indifferent attitude, as if he had already seen through this matter and was not in a hurry to leave. The person who left this seal once obtained the soul of a divine beast. Therefore, this seal is bound by the laws of space. Perhaps you've cultivated a divine ability like the void-shattering finger, and then use your understanding of formations to find the gate of life and break it. I see. Senior, wait a moment. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and searched for the gate of life of the seal. A moment later, he revealed a smile. This smile was a little strange. The next moment, he stretched out his finger. The power of space condensed on his finger, releasing a powerful force. The seal seemed to have sensed the appearance of its nemesis, and suddenly became nervous. It crazily released a huge pressure. However, in the face of the tyrant martial spirit, it was helpless. Ling Xiao stood there like a real god. It could split heaven and earth apart. It exuded an incomparably solemn aura. It also exuded a domineering aura of supremacy. Even the man in white frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable. In front of the void-shattering finger, a strange black hole was spinning crazily, directly shattering the surrounding space. This power made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble in fear, not daring to approach. Boom! The void-shattering finger was finally released. A finger pointed at the black seal. A huge explosion sounded. The seal shattered. At that moment, the man in white's expression was no longer so calm and solemn. There was a hint of madness and excitement. Ha ha! Finally! This old man can finally leave this damned place. After being sealed for 10,000 years, it's really lonely. I didn't expect the heavens to be so kind to me, actually sending a person with a divine beast soul. I'm too lucky. Kid, on account of you saving me, this old man will give you a quick death. A wild laughter sounded, and the immortal turned into a devil. The solemn expression turned into a terrifying, ferocious expression. A white light rose and turned into a black devil chi. The next moment, a black chi rushed out of the cave. However, the moment it passed through the seal, it stopped abruptly. Why aren't you laughing? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking expression. Old thing, you've found the wrong person to fool. I'm not that kind. Chapter 45-26. You saw through it long ago? The white-robed man was shocked. That's right. Watching you put on a sanctimonious act, I felt that it was very interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, from the beginning I saw through it, but I wasn't too sure. I was afraid of wronging a good person. So I set up this seal and waited for you to enter. I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi could see through people's hearts. In addition, when Ling Xiao proposed to let him go, he actually had a strong emotional fluctuation for a moment. Logically speaking, for a person who had seen through the world and was indifferent to it, he shouldn't be like this. Of course, these weren't enough to be sure. So, Ling Xiao set up an ultimate test. It seemed to break the seal, but in fact, it was only changing the seal. Instead, it became stronger. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Forget it, since you've seen through it, this old man has nothing to say. Let this old man out, and this old man can spare your life. Even if he was trapped, the old man still maintained his arrogance and domineering, as expected of a demon. Even at this time, he was still high and mighty. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You think too highly of yourself. What can you do now? If you beg me, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll chop you up. Arrogant! The white-robed man roared. Suddenly, a terrifying soul force flew out from his body. It actually formed a human figure. It entered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao didn't have the chance to block or dodge. This old man was too strong. The white figure entered Ling Xiao's body and pounced on Ling Xiao's soul. Obviously, he wanted to use the ultimate method to take over Ling Xiao's body. He couldn't wait any longer. After waiting for so many years, he was about to go crazy. Even if he had to give up his body, he wanted to go out. You want to take over my body? Hee, this is the most idiotic method, Ling Xiao sneered. At this moment, in the soul realm, the peerless heavenly rat, blood lightning bull demon, cosmic tiger, nether ghost rabbit, frost divine dragon, nine-headed demon king snake, Vajra ape, infernal phoenix, black helm marrow destroying hound, and canopy beast appeared. 10 types of beast souls. The martial soul was a combination of the soul and the physical body. The stronger one's martial soul was, the stronger one's soul would be. When the white shadow saw the 10 terrifying beast souls, he was stunned. The white shadow was inexplicably terrified. He turned around and was about to flee. In the end, it was torn to shreds by the 10 beast souls and turned into abundant soul force that merged with Ling Xiao's soul realm. The white-robed man's face instantly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected this kid's soul power to be so strong, and his martial soul to be so overbearing. You brat, you've actually grasped 10 primordial divine thrones. There are only a total of 12 primordial divine positions and you have already grasped 10 of them. Who the hell are you? The man in white exclaimed. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you actually plotted against me. How are you going to repay me? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. So what if you're a demon? Being trapped here is just a useless thing in the end. Is that so? The white-robed man's face was cold. You actually dared to seize 10% of my soul. Today, I will definitely kill you. 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked and hastily retreated to the side. The 9 Nether Giant Demon King, who was originally sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and bared his fangs and claws as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Sure enough, the reason the 9 Nether Giant Demon King left me was because of you. Seeing the 9 Nether Giant Demon King attacking him, Ling Xiao didn't panic. Although the 9 Nether Giant Demon King left because of this old thing, his soul imprint was still in his body. It wasn't broken. He might not be able to control it now, but it was still impossible for him to kill him. So what if it's this old man? Now, you can obediently die. The white-robed man sneered. Although it was only his head, it was still flickering with strange black runes. He was controlling the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Die. You have so much confidence in yourself? Ling Xiao sneered and urged his soul force. The 9 nether giant demon king immediately stayed in place, motionless. Trash! The white-robed man roared angrily. He really miscalculated. He didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Hee, old man, you're at your wit's end, right? Ling Xiao laughed and looked at the white-robed man. This seal can only be broken by me. If you begged me, I might consider it. But you have to tell me the method to control the 9 nether giant demon king first. Forget it. In fact, there's no method. I'm originally an extraterrestrial demon, so I have the ability to command all the demons in the world. As long as it's within 100 miles, all the demons have to listen to my command. The white-robed man said helplessly. I don't believe it. You've already been sealed. You can't tame them with just orders. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. He knew that he couldn't kill this demon. The only way to threaten it was to leave. If the other party wanted to come out, all hope was on him. What a cunning kid. It's not that I'm cunning. It's just that my eyes can see through lies. If you lie to me, you'll be seen through. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Do you see that huge black stone at the entrance of the cave? That's called the Demon Suppression Stone. Originally, it was used to suppress me together with this seal. In these tens of thousands of years, I've already controlled part of the Demon Suppression Stone. The Devil Suppression Stone could command all the demons within a radius of 100 miles. Of course, it depends on the strength of the user. As for you, you can't. At most, you can command demons within 100 meters. The white-robed man laughed. I see. Ling Xiao smiled and remembered this. Although he didn't know what level of treasure the Demon Suppression Stone was, it must be very heaven-defying. Although he might not be able to fully unleash the power of the Demon Suppression Stone now, it might not be the case in the future. Kid, you and I are fated. If you're willing to help me escape, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. The white-robed man laughed. Still trying to trick me? Ling Xiao laughed and said, You know it's useless. It's not a trick. It's a fair deal. The white-robed man said. Deal? What deal? Ling Xiao asked. I see that you have the power of a demon god in your body. You should have a basic understanding of the Lotus Scroll. If you can help me escape, I'll teach you the true meaning of the Lotus Scroll. How about it? The white-robed man laughed. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to resist this temptation. What the hell is the Lotus Scroll? A saint-level cultivation technique? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ha ha. The white-robed man laughed wildly. Saint-level cultivation technique? Forget it. Just treat it as a saint-level cultivation technique. How about it? Do you want it? Disciple, the method to break the array has been found. What happened? At that moment, the Yuan Venerate returned. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was a genius, there were still too many things he didn't know. For example, he had never heard of the Lotus Scroll. Since he had never heard of it, it was difficult for his Taiji eye to determine its authenticity. End of chapter. Chapter 45-27. Master, what is the Lotus Scroll? Ling Xiao asked hastily when he saw the Yuan Venerate return. The Lotus Scroll? I have only heard of the Lotus Sutra. The Lotus Sutra is divided into 3 parts, namely the White Lotus Scroll, the Black Lotus Scroll, and the Golden Lotus Scroll, the Yuan Venerate said. Ling Xiao smirked. This demon was actually trying to play tricks again. Thus, he repeated what the Yuan Venerate had said. Sure enough, the man in white was shocked. He then sighed. I didn't expect you to know all this at such a young age. Forget it, I originally wanted to use one of the scrolls to deceive you. I didn't expect you to see through it. All right, if you save me, I will bestow you with the 3 scrolls of the Lotus Sutra. Successfully cultivate all 3 scrolls of the Lotus Sutra. You can cultivate 3 lotus bodies. As long as one doesn't die, you won't perish. Lotus Deity. Lotus Demon Venerate. Lotus Emperor Venerate. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such a miraculous item like the Lotus Sutra? Ling Xiao had already heard about it from the Yuan Venerate when he was conversing with the demon. The Lotus Sutra was a cultivation technique of the Eternal Desert. It was more mystical than any cultivation technique in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Anyone who could possess such a thing was definitely not an ordinary person. Who am I? Ha ha ha! I am the famous lotus flower! Ling Xiao scratched his head. F*CK, looking at this guy, he seemed to be really awesome. However, he had never heard of him before. My apologies, Great Emperor Lianhua. This junior has never heard of you. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that the other party wasn't powerful, but that he was ignorant. Then how do you know about the Lotus Sutra? I heard an expert mention it before. Ling Xiao chuckled. This deal sounds good, but Lotus Flower, if I let you go, you won't teach me anything. Not only are you not willing to teach me your cultivation technique, you're even going to kill me. How wrong would I be? You are very smart, Emperor Lianhua said. But it's also very stupid. What kind of status do you have? You are my savior. Even if I don't repay you, I won't kill you. There's no use in saying so much bullshit. Yours truly doesn't believe you. You're full of evil intentions, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Just teach me the Lotus Sutra, and I'll naturally let you go. I'm not someone who goes back on his words and is full of lies like you. I mean what I say. What if I teach you the Lotus Sutra and you run away? Who should I find to reason with? Lotus Flower was a little angry. I don't care. Think of a way yourself. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Ling Xiao smiled. He could choose not to cultivate the Lotus Sutra, but the other party had to escape. Therefore, he had the upper hand in this competition. What a little fox! The Lotus Flower was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, Fine, I'll impart you the Lotus Sutra. You finally figured it out? Ling Xiao smiled. Sigh, it's my fault for being in such a situation. I can only pray that you're not someone who goes back on his words. The Lotus Flower sighed. Stop acting pitiful. Ling Xiao didn't believe any of the old man's words. This old man was simply a natural actor. Hee hee. The Lotus Flower smiled awkwardly and said, Let's not talk nonsense. I'm going to impart the sutra now. It's too much of a waste of time to tell you word by word. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it even after 10 days and nights. Moreover, you won't be able to remember it. Therefore, I'm going to imprint the Lotus Sutra into your soul realm and make it a part of your memory. That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao sneered. But you better learn to be obedient. Otherwise, you'll lose another part of your soul. That would be pitiful. Humph. The Lotus Flower hated Ling Xiao to death. However, he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao now. Can we begin? The Lotus Flower said. Ling Xiao was about to agree when the Yuan Venerate suddenly said, Good disciple, he has a favor to ask of you now. There's no harm in asking for more. That's right. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Great Emperor Lianhua would definitely kill him if he managed to break free from his confinement. In that case, it wouldn't matter even if he went overboard. At the thought of this, he said, The Lotus Sutra is too brilliant after all. I have to try it out with something else first. The Lotus Flower came from the Eternal Desert, so he must know an extremely brilliant movement technique and soul mystic technique. Why don't you impart it to me? I don't ask for much. I just want a sacred soul mystic technique and a sacred movement technique. He might not be able to use something that was too good, but he would definitely be able to use a sacred cultivation technique after advancing to the core fragmentation realm. You're really greedy, kid. The Lotus Flower had a sinister look in his eyes. Cut the crap. Are you going to give it to me or not? Ling Xiao sneered. I'll give it to you. The Lotus Flower said hatefully. Sacred Soul Mystic Technique, Black Lotus Treasured Light. This mystic technique can be used for both defense and offense. It will definitely integrate with the power of demons and become even more terrifying. I'll learn it. Sacred movement technique. Holy ground demonic shadow. Not only is this movement technique fast, but it's also unpredictable. When cultivated to the highest level, one can even traverse a small realm. I'll learn it. Ling Xiao agreed with a smile after consulting the Yuan Venerate. Based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, the holy ground demonic shadow and black lotus treasured light were considered top-notch even among sacred cultivation techniques. Of course, he had to learn it. Ready. The lotus flower released his spirit consciousness and transmitted the two cultivation techniques into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. No problem. This time, the lotus flower didn't play any tricks. He probably didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. It would have taken a few days to transmit the cultivation techniques, but it only took a few minutes to imprint them into his spirit realm. Although the black lotus treasured light only had one move, it could be used flexibly. It was indeed an ingenious combination of offense and defense. The holy ground demonic shadows technique was more complicated. It seemed like a simple movement technique, but it could transform into thousands of different footsteps. Every step he took was filled with mysteries. It probably wouldn't be easy to cultivate it to the transformative boundary. Next, I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was excited. Now that his cultivation hadn't reached the core-shattering realm, he couldn't practice sacred class martial arts. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? The lotus flower said. Since you've kept your promise, I'll definitely let you out after I learn the Lotus Sutra. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to know why this person was sealed there. It was difficult to distinguish between good and evil in this world. Many evildoers got away with the law, so it didn't make much of a difference. Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll now impart the complete Lotus Sutra to you. Remember, the white lotus scroll cultivates the power of God. The black lotus scroll cultivates the power of demon. The golden lotus scroll cultivates the power of the emperor. The emperor of the human realm. The Lotus Sutra is formed when the three are combined. If you can cultivate it successfully, you'll be the second lotus flower. No need to say so much nonsense. Just impart the technique. Since I've already agreed to your deal, I won't go back on my words. But you'd better remember, don't let me down. Otherwise, even if you're the lotus flower, I'll kill you. This was Ling Xiao's final warning. Everyone read M. Chapter 45-28. Lotus Flower's eyes flashed coldly. If he didn't need this ant's help, he wouldn't have been so humble. I'll definitely kill you when I get out of here. Then, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and started to engrave the Lotus Sutra into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't completely defenseless. This old fellow was extremely sinister, and had to be on guard. Fortunately, he had a Yuan Venerate around. If this old fellow wanted to rebel in his spirit realm, he naturally had a way to deal with it. The Lotus Sutra was much more brilliant than the Black Lotus Treasure Light and the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. The contents were also more complicated. The transfer of memories took more than an hour. If it had been anyone else, they would have been in unbearable pain after having their spirit realm modified in this way. However, Ling Xiao was someone who had cultivated a remnant primordial spirit, so how could he be afraid of this? The memories flooded in like a flood. However, Ling Xiao's spirit realm was so huge that this flood was no different from a small stream. Even great Emperor Lianhua was shocked. An hour later, Lotus Flower's spiritual consciousness withdrew from Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Ling Xiao silently checked the contents of his spirit realm. This demon was actually so cooperative. He really wasn't playing with him. He only needed to read the contents of the Lotus Sutra once. Thus, Ling Xiao developed a heroic spirit of swallowing the world. The eternal desert seemed to have unveiled a little bit of its mysterious veil. The terrifying lotus flower was an absolutely invincible existence even in the eternal desert. The feeling of looking down on all living things was completely integrated into Ling Xiao's aura. Ling Xiao believed that he could reach such heights as long as he cultivated the third volume of the Lotus Sutra. He couldn't help but start cultivating the Black Lotus volume. Given Ling Xiao's character, he still preferred the contents of the Black Lotus volume. Therefore, he would start with this volume first. Under the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, the Lotus Sutra of an unknown grade, the Black Lotus volume, started to operate. Once cultivated, it could operate on its own without any control. It only needed to be adjusted slightly. Originally, the God-Fiend power in Ling Xiao's body was basically equal. However, the God-Fiend power clearly had the upper hand now. It kept moving around in Ling Xiao's body and strengthened Ling Xiao's physical body. Ling Xiao's God-Fiend Black Tortoise body, which mainly used the God-Fiend power, became pitch black and sinister. It was as if a demon's rebirth. Soaring devil chi was constantly released from Ling Xiao's body. The demonic God-Fiend power. Emperor Lian Hua sneered. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the urge to cultivate. Regardless of whether you help me or not, this old man will be able to escape with your help today. Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, did not know that a huge vortex had formed with him as the center. The whirlpool sucked in the terrifying devil chi from the devil-suppressing forest, and those demonic beasts let out mournful cries. Is des. Looking at the huge demonic chi vortex, Lotus Flower smiled in surprise. Using this person's body as a guide. Using the demonic chi as the key. Using the sun god's ability as the key. Break all seals in the world. Even if it's heaven and earth, I will poke a hole in it. Lotus Flower was still chanting. Although he was trapped by the seal, he could actually use Ling Xiao's body to attack the terrifying seal. Open! The last word was spoken. The terrifying demonic chi turned into a huge demonic sword. The demonic sword actually contained the intent of the void-shattering finger. It pointed at the cave. Heaven and earth changed color. Crack! The demonic sword chopped down and the cave was split into two. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Lianhua threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His laughter was like thunder, causing the surroundings to explode. The rumbling sounds continued. The demonic chi caused the entire demon suppression forest to become black. Ling Xiao was also awakened by this scene. When he opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. Lotus Flower, you're really impatient. Since I've already promised to let you out, I won't go back on my word. You actually escaped by yourself? In fact, he was very shocked. This demon was indeed not an ordinary person. In the end, he still used him to escape. Of course, he didn't lose out. He had obtained the 3 ultimate techniques of the demon, especially the Lotus Sutra. It was also a peerless technique. At least in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, no martial arts could compare to it. You actually didn't escape? Lotus Flower looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. Kid, you're just an ant. I was too lazy to kill you. But you went too far. You actually dared to tease me. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to get rid of my inner demons. He wanted to see Ling Xiao beg for mercy in fear. However, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao stood there calmly and indifferently. You're really pitiful. You've never truly trusted others in your life. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You're delusional to see me in fear, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? Lotus Flower escaped and released a shocking demonic aura. Black clouds rolled in the sky. Heaven and earth were shaking. Violent winds blew in the demon suppression forest, and countless monsters were crying out. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Crack! Huge trees broke because of this. Boom! The ground cracked open, and magma erupted from the ground. It was a scene of doomsday. Outside the demon suppression forest, the members of the Flying Tiger Knight Troop were terrified. The sun was originally shining brightly, but now it was as dark as ink. They were originally here to carry out Yu Huajun's orders out of boredom. They thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. But who would have thought that such a terrifying change would happen after a day? That terrifying aura caused the flying tigers under them to lie on the ground and tremble in fear. Their hearts seemed to be pinched by some terrifying force. They had never felt that kind of fear before. Even the sect master of Yuhua divine sect could not make them feel so terrified. It was too terrifying. What exactly happened in the demon suppression forest? Rumor had it that a peerless demon was suppressed in the demon suppression forest. This demon came from the eternal desert and was suppressed by the strong people there. His strength surpassed anyone in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This rumor was not groundless. Because someone had once found a few words in the chaotic desert, and it mentioned some content. Although they did not believe it, the general meaning was, "Never enter the demon suppression forest." Originally, many people did not believe it. Otherwise, why would the divine body realm martial artists not discover anything after entering? But today, the Flying Tiger Knights felt a terrifying demonic aura that they had never felt before. That demonic aura was the most terrifying demonic aura they had ever felt. It was as if even heaven and earth could not withstand this power. They all squatted on the ground, unable to stand up. Could it be that the demon was released by someone? Thinking of this possibility, they were incomparably terrified. Rumble! Black clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. They could vaguely see a huge figure in the sky. This figure was incomparably huge, as if it wanted to cover the entire sky. The source of all this madness should have come from that figure. End of chapter. Chapter 45-29. Ha ha ha, you see! This is the divine power of I, Lotus Flower! And you dare say you're not afraid? 10,000 years of torture didn't make me lose my strength, instead, it made me even stronger. That figure seems to be talking to someone. But his voice is like thunder, spreading over 10,000 miles. Everyone in the chaotic sand sea heard it loud and clear. Lotus Flower? Who is that? Who is he talking to? This terrifying aura, could it be that he's the one who's releasing it? Countless people are inexplicably frightened. The experts of the Council of Elders and Beast Deity Alliance are floating in the air, looking at the demon suppression forest in the distance with inexplicable fear. Even their breathing has become hurried. Although they don't know who Lotus Flower is, but they're sure that someone incredible has been released. Sealed for 10,000 years, just how terrifying is that? Some people try to approach the demon suppression forest, but before they even get close, they're suppressed by the boundless demonic aura to the point that even their true essence can't flow smoothly. That demonic figure looks down at the ground, as if he's talking to someone. Of course, they don't know that a tiny Ling Xiao is standing in front of Lotus Flower. Your strength does scare me. But so what if I'm scared? I'm still not afraid of you. Ling Xiao knows what the other party wants to see, but is he someone who gives in so easily? Not to mention, he knows that he won't die. Ha ha ha, brat, although you're very brave, you still can't escape death today. Someone like you, although you're an ant now, you'll definitely grow into a terrifying opponent in the future. Not killing you is out of the question. Lotus Flower laughs wildly, then sends out a palm strike. Ling Xiao doesn't try to block it. Blocking is useless. In a flash, he's turned to ashes. An ant will always be an ant, humph. Lotus Flower glances at that direction, then jumps up into the sky, disappearing into the boundless black clouds. The endless storm also seems to leave with him. The demon suppression forest finally calms down. But demonic aura still surrounds this place, showing the traces of its former existence. In front of the cavern that was in a mess, a ball of flame suddenly ignited. Like an undying bird from hell reborn. The flame gradually took the shape of a human. Ling Xiao looked coldly in the direction where Lotus Flower had left. Like I said, it's best if you don't offend me. Today, your palm strike will be exchanged for your future death. The devil-suppressing stone near the cave abode had already been smashed into pieces. However, each stone still seemed to contain powerful divine power. Ling Xiao kept all the fragments into his tyrant martial spirit. The power of the tyrannical martial spirit repaired it. However, this restoration process would take quite some time. The 9 underworld's great demon king was taken away by that demon. Ling Xiao's soul imprint had also been erased, and he had completely lost contact with it. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel pity. However, after losing the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he had obtained something even better. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. The seal of the cave had been removed, and Ling Xiao stepped inside. It was actually in the deepest part of the cave. He discovered a lotus flower that was as black as ink. Within the black lotus, there was a crazy resentment and demonic aura. It seemed that when the lotus flower was sealed, the demon venerable's body occupied the main position. As a result, this black lotus was born. When a martial artist cultivated, they could condense an inner core. Even a demonic beast could condense a demonic beast crystal core. For a terrifying existence like the lotus flower, cultivating here, naturally, he could condense a supreme treasure for cultivating the demonic path. Black Lotus! 10,000 years. This was something born from 10,000 years of resentment and cultivation intent fusing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He must have left in a hurry and actually forgot to take this thing away. It's mine! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the black lotus and its roots were transplanted into the mountain river world. Actually, he guessed wrong. This black lotus originally did not exist. It only grew after the seal was removed. Otherwise, how could the lotus flower leave it behind? Ling Xiao plucked a petal of the black lotus and put it into his mouth. In that instant, a terrifying power surged crazily in his body. His physical body, which was already at the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm, actually improved again. In an instant, it had advanced to the level of an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. What kind of concept was this? In other words, Ling Xiao could achieve the defensive effect of the divine phoenix armor with just the strength of his physical body. Unless a martial artist below the half-step divine physique realm had an equivalent treasure, they could not hurt him at all. This caused his combat power to increase greatly. That was not all. His cultivation had finally broken through the shackles. After a rebirth in fire, coupled with the tempering of a petal of the black lotus, he had finally stepped into the late stage of the extreme core realm. Thank you, Lotus Flower. No matter where you go, I will remember this grudge. Ling Xiao looked at the exit of the demon-suppressing forest. There, the Yuhua Divine Sex Flying Dragon Knights were still guarding. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. Ling Xiao smiled and directly rushed out. Along the way, the demonic beasts that saw him did not dare to attack, because he had the aura of the lotus flower on his body. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at the exit of the demon-suppressing forest. He took a step out. Everyone in the Flying Tiger Knights was dumbfounded. Such a strange thing happened in the demon-suppressing forest, but Ling Xiao could still come out alive. Yo, everyone has worked hard. Ling Xiao playfully greeted those dumbfounded Flying Tiger Knights. He had no intention of escaping at all. You didn't die? How lucky! One of the leaders of the Flying Tiger Knights was one of the 2 8th-stage core-shattering realm martial artists who saw Ling Xiao enter the demon-suppressing forest. He sneered and walked toward Ling Xiao. In his opinion, the reason why Ling Xiao could come out alive was probably because of the change in the demon-suppressing forest this time. I'm indeed lucky, but you may not be so lucky. Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. Not only did his cultivation break through, his physical body had also improved greatly. Especially the Lotus Sutra Black Lotus Scroll, the devil power was even more terrifying. Even if he didn't use magic treasure, he could still kill an 8th-stage core-shattering realm expert. Go to hell! The 8th-stage core-shattering realm martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void. It actually formed a terrifying vortex, as if it was going to suck Ling Xiao in. Ling Xiao didn't move, allowing him to attack at will. The long spear pierced Ling Xiao's body. A black lotus platform appeared under Ling Xiao's feet. It couldn't pierce through half an inch. The Flying Tiger Knight turned pale with fright. How could this be? So, you guys are really unlucky? Ling Xiao sneered. The devil fist blasted out. Crazy devil power poured out. Spots of black lotuses fell from the sky. Boom! This punch directly hit the Flying Tiger Knight's body. The Flying Tiger Knight had no chance of dodging at all. At that moment, crackling sounds came from his body, and his bones and internal organs were completely shattered. After that, the Black Fist force completely engulfed this unlucky guy. His body and Dantian were destroyed together. So strong! Even if I don't use the tyrannical martial spirit or magic treasure, I can still kill an 8th stage core-shattering realm martial artist with one punch! Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his punch. End of this chapter. Chapter 45-30. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the rest of the people. Those people were still in a daze, unable to react. What's going on? This Ling Xiao clearly had to use a magic treasure to barely kill the Flying Tiger Knight, who was in the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. But now, he easily killed him with a punch. How did he do it? While they were still in shock, Ling Xiao's attack erupted again. Endless demon fist erupted. The sky was filled with demon shadows. Black lotuses. When the black lotuses landed on those people, they would die tragically. A total of 10 Shattered Core Realm experts died in Ling Xiao's hands in an instant. With my current strength, entering the Heaven Ruins shouldn't be a problem. There are only 3 days left before the Heaven Ruins opens. I can go back and prepare. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he lost the 9 Underworld Great Demon King, he didn't have this powerful trump card. The pressure was greater, but it also made him more motivated. What happened in the demon-suppressing forest caused a stir in the entire chaotic Sand Sea. Even the Board of Patriarchs, Beast Deities Alliance, Jade Flower Sect, and other organizations sent martial artists to investigate. There was actually a terrifying demon suppressed here. No wonder all the martial artists who entered the demon-suppressing forest died. The 12 ruins were already shocking enough. This demon-suppressing forest was a forbidden area. Now that all the mysteries were solved, it naturally attracted a large number of crazy martial artists. A large number of martial artists all headed towards the demon-suppressing forest. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had already quietly returned to the inn where Xiao Jin was staying to watch this grand show. Of course, he also stopped Xiao Jin and the others who wanted to watch the show. That damned place, even if Lotus Flower had already left, was still an extremely terrifying place to go. This time, the chaotic Sand Sea's martial artists would probably die in countless numbers. With the Divine Body Realm martial artists taking the lead, a large number of experts entered the demon-suppressing forest. But they were still attacked by terrifying demonic beasts and monsters. The casualties were extremely tragic. Countless martial artists were not killed by demonic beasts, but by the terrifying demonic aura that pervaded the demon-suppressing forest. But no matter what, the chaotic Sand Sea's power was not to be underestimated. Especially when the Board of Patriarchs and Beast Deities Alliance joined forces, they were practically the strongest in the chaotic Sand Sea. Almost all the demonic beasts were wiped out. Unfortunately, when they slaughtered all the demons and found the former Lotus Flower's cave abode, they found it. However, there was nothing there. Everything here had not been taken away by the Lotus Flower. It was taken away by Ling Xiao. After a crazy battle, it was all for naught. The various forces of the chaotic sand ocean all suffered heavy blows. Thus, everyone placed their attention on the 12 ruins. Perhaps only the things taken from there would be able to heal their wounded little hearts. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was currently cultivating in the inn. Because he was with Cold Plum and Little Gold, Yuhua Divine Religion temporarily stopped their pursuit. This time, they had lost quite a few people in the demon-suppressing forest. Even Yuhua Sect Master, Yuhua Jun, was severely injured. It would be impossible for them to find trouble with Ling Xiao. The day before the opening of the Heaven Ruins, a group of uninvited guests came to the inn. All 10 of them came from the Golden City. This was the team from the City of Gold. Ling Xiao recognized 3 of them. They were Qi Hai, Ape Demon, and Tian Hai Tang, whom he met in the 3,000 holy cities. However, these three seemed to be the weakest three in this team. They were probably here to make up the numbers. Ling Xiao originally thought that the news of him killing Qi Yuan had spread, and these people were here to settle the score. However, it seemed that the other party was not hostile. Especially Tian Haitang, who admired Ling Xiao greatly when they were in the 3,000 holy cities. Today, she saw that Ling Xiao had actually made a name for himself in the chaotic sand ocean. She was also very happy. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to come to the chaotic sand ocean too. I heard others mention it before, but I thought it was just a rumor. It's a pity that you haven't received an official invitation from the City of Gold. Otherwise, we could have teamed up. Tian Haitang truly felt that it was a pity. She had seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing a divine body realm expert. She knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful puppet. However, she did not know that the giant demon king had already been taken away. Junior sister Tian Haitang, aren't you going to introduce us? A young man in white who looked like a scholar said with a smile. This person was probably in his 90s, and he looked very amiable. He seemed to be the kind of person who would never get angry. However, there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. It was just that he concealed it very well. I almost forgot to introduce you. Ling Xiao, this is Senior Brother Bai from the City of Gold, Bai Fan. Senior Brother Bai Fan is a 9th stage core fragmentation realm expert. He's only one step away from the half-step divine body realm, Tian Haitang said hurriedly. 9th stage core fragmentation realm. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao could only look up to him. This was an expert on the level of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyan. However, Ling Xiao was not inferior in front of this Bai Fan now. He cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, Senior Brother Bai. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao was a very polite child. Of course, this depended on the person. If someone was disrespectful to him, there was no need for him to be polite. Haha, I've long heard of Junior Brother Ling's name. You're the champion of the Battle of Gold and will be a martial artist of the City of Gold in the future. I hope that we can work together and make the City of Gold stronger, Bai Fan said with a smile. That's Senior Brother Hei Feng. He's even stronger and has reached the half-step divine body realm. He's the strongest martial artist that the City of Gold sent this time. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he's one of the top geniuses. Only a few powerful monsters can suppress him. Tian Haitang pointed at a man in black with a cold expression and said, the so-called monsters were naturally Wang Quan, Tian Ming, Huang Jinlan, Yang Shui, and Beiming Ba. Hei Feng's attitude was not as good as Bai Fan's. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, snorted, and closed his eyes. It was as if he couldn't be bothered to look. Since he didn't give Ling Xiao face, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Senior Brother Bai, may I know why you're looking for me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He couldn't figure out why the people of the City of Gold were looking for him at this time. Bai Fan smiled and said, 2 things. Firstly, we're all martial artists of the Golden Sky region, and we're here to visit Junior Brother Ling. Secondly, I have a suggestion. Why don't we combine our teams? This can increase our strength. We can also discuss how to split the loot. To be honest, this is something that benefits both of us. In your Battle Alliance team, only Golden Prince and Sword Tiger have real fighting strength. Although Kai Dai Saintess is powerful, she's injured and can't fight easily. On our side, we also have someone who's just there to make up the numbers. He's basically useless. This is definitely a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai Fan was very polite and didn't mean to bully others. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao should be able to agree. After all, he had a certain status in the City of Gold, and wasn't inferior to Chihua and the others. Chapter 45-31. Bai Fan felt that by talking to Ling Xiao, who was not even a disciple of the Golden City, he was giving the other party enough face. The other party couldn't possibly not know this, right? He would definitely agree. Moreover, this was indeed beneficial to both sides. Seeing Ling Xiao remain silent, Bai Fan smiled and said, Of course, you should discuss this with Prince Jean first. At this time, Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were not present. After all, this was an internal matter of the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao smiled, although the other party's request was not excessive. However, he had no intention of agreeing. The reason was simple. The fewer people there were, the more things there would be. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to divide the goods. Moreover, their team did not need to borrow the strength of others at all. His physical body was now equivalent to an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. His cultivation base had even reached the late stage of the extreme core realm. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the shattered core stage could be easily killed. If combined with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, even a 9th level shattered core martial artist might not be a match for him. In addition to the various Dharma treasures, he was still able to compete with a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. He, Little Gold, and Sword Tiger were already powerful enough. Let alone the fact that Dong Wanyu had already broken through to the initial phase of the extreme pill realm. Her cultivation speed was not inferior to his. Coupled with the Dharma treasure jellyfish lava mirror in his hand, his strength was not to be underestimated. Cold Plum was even scarier. At a critical moment, once she endured the pain and made a move, it was likely that none of the cultivators who entered the Heavenly Hall would be her opponent. Ask? Was there a need for him to team up with someone else? We appreciate Senior Brother Bai's good intentions, but forget about the matter of forming a team, Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Everyone in the Golden City was shocked. This Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors. I am only discussing with you because you are from the Golden Sky region and because you know the Golden Prince. They want to borrow the Golden Prince's power, not because they think highly of you, Ling Xiao. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? The warm smile on Bai Fan's face instantly turned cold. The ape demon sneered and said, Ling Xiao, do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, Senior Brother Bai and Senior Brother He didn't come here to discuss with you. I just want to tell you that for the benefit of Golden City, let the Golden Prince join our team. As for you, it's fine if you don't go. You'll die anyway. Ling Xiao glanced at the demonic ape. His eyes were like black whirlpools. A terrifying demonic aura instantly blasted towards the demonic ape. The demonic ape suddenly clutched its head and roared in pain. You're just a piece of trash. Wasn't the 3,000 holy cities lesson enough? How dare you speak to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll kill you! Ling Xiao sneered. Bai Fan ignored the ape devil. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Junior Brother Ling, you will be a citizen of the Golden City in the future. You should understand that the stronger the Golden City is, the more benefits you will receive. How about this, you let Golden Prince and Sword Tiger team up with us. When we come out of the Heaven Ruins, we can give you something good as a reward. After all, without you, we wouldn't have been able to contact them. You're still young. You can go to the ruins in the future. Right now, it's more important to think about how to protect your life. Humph, the fox's tail is finally showing? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He looked at Bai Fan and said, What? Do you mean that I have no choice but to agree? You're the senior brother. I'll give you some face. Let's not talk about forming a team anymore. Let's go. He was already giving face by not telling him to scram. What's there to talk to a piece of trash like him? A mere disciple of the 3,000 holy cities is actually so stubborn. Why don't we talk to Golden Prince directly? I believe he won't team up with this piece of trash. Black Peak wasn't as hypocritical as Bai Fan. He was even more direct. In his eyes, Golden Prince pulled Ling Xiao along just to make up the numbers and for fun. He didn't really want to form a team. Since he could form a team with Ling Xiao, he could also form a team with him. Do you really want me to curse? Scram! Little Golden won't meet you. Stop dreaming! Ling Xiao stood up and finally cursed. At that moment, Bai Fan released a terrifying murderous aura as if he could attack at any time. You want to attack because of a disagreement? Ling Xiao sneered. Why would I? Bai Fan smiled and forcefully suppressed his murderous aura. Because he and Black Peak weren't confident in defeating Golden Prince. They weren't clear about the relationship between Golden Prince and Ling Xiao. It was obviously inappropriate to attack here. Scram if you're not going to attack. A bunch of idiots. Why would Golden City have trash like you? Other than Black Peak, he didn't care about the rest. Good. Very good. Today, for the sake of Golden Prince, we'll leave. But Ling Xiao, remember, you're still someone from Golden Sky region. You can't always stay by Golden Prince's side. Be careful not to lose his protection. You'll suffer. Bai Fan gritted his teeth and said, Hee, Qi Yuan also wants me to suffer, but he's already a corpse now. Ling Xiao ridiculed. There was no need to hide this matter. He couldn't hide it. When he snatched the 9 revolutions gourd, Huang Jinlan had already seen his appearance. You killed Qi Yuan! Qi Hai exclaimed. Not only did you kill him, but you also took this thing. Ling Xiao deliberately took out the 9 revolutions gourd. Who wants to try its power? 9 revolutions gourd. Battle King Huang Jinlan's treasure. Bai Fan's expression changed. Ling Xiao, you dared to kill a disciple of Golden City. You're finished. You don't have to worry about whether I'm finished or not. Ling Xiao laughed. Ever since he obtained the Lotus Sutra, he didn't even put Golden City in his eyes. At most, he could obtain some resources there. He didn't believe that there was a cultivation technique more advanced than the Lotus Sutra. Kid, you're proud now, but 3 days later, someone will deal with you. At that time, 22 teams will gather. Your Battle Alliance team didn't pass the assessment and obtain the qualification. I'm afraid you'll become the target of public criticism. At that time, I'd like to see how you can show off other than Golden Prince and Jianhu. Let's go! Bai Fan snorted and turned to leave. That resentful expression was really scary. Sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Tian Haitang walked at the back and said to Ling Xiao helplessly. It's fine, but you have to be careful of those beasts. That Bai Fan is even more disgusting than Hei Feng. Ling Xiao reminded. Thank you. Tian Haitang turned and left. Being able to get Ling Xiao's forgiveness made her feel relieved. After Bai Fan and the rest left, Xiao Jin walked out and smiled. Boss, your temper has become better. If it was in the past, if those people said that to you, you would have beaten them up. Have I become better? Ling Xiao grinned. Beating them up here will only give some people in Golden City an excuse to hate us. It's better to teach them a lesson within the scope of the rules. They will take the initiative to send themselves to us, so we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. But now, cultivation is the key. I don't even put those trash in my eyes. Chapter 45-32. Boss, you just want to show off your muscles in front of King of the World, right? Little Gold laughed. Who does he think he is? He's just a half-step divine body realm cultivator. Ling Xiao said in disdain. I used to be like an ant in front of him. Right now, he's just a fat dog in front of me. I don't really care about him. Huang Jinlan and King of the World are much scarier than him. You're right. Boss, when are you going to kill him? I'll help you, Little Gold said. Little Gold, don't you understand? If I want to kill him, I have to do it myself. You have a lot of enemies too. Don't get distracted. Yeah, we all have enemies. Let's cheer each other on. Little Gold laughed. He had to walk his own path. The help of others had a certain effect, but it wasn't decisive. Ling Xiao's idea was simple. King of the World was just an attempt to get in touch with the Eternal Emperor domain. If he couldn't even get rid of King of the World, how could he get back what belonged to him from the Eternal Palace? If he could get justice for his father in this life. Ling Xiao didn't leave the inn for 3 days. He studied the Black Lotus Scroll of the Lotus Sutra. He realized that the Black Lotus Scroll was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't plan to change it for the time being. As his demonic power continued to increase, his strength also steadily increased. although his cultivation didn't break through and his physical strength didn't increase. He was already very familiar with the use of his new strength. 3 days passed in a flash. Ling Xiao and the others finally set off for the heavenly ruins. The Board of Patriarchs had built a small city around the heavenly ruins. Only those allowed by the Board of Patriarchs could enter. Those who were qualified to enter the city today were the teams that were about to go to the heavenly ruins and some reserve teams. The reserve teams were set up to prevent any accidents from happening to the official teams. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance team had passed the test and obtained the right to enter the heavenly ruins. Therefore, what they had to do was to go to the City of Adventure and listen to the rules. The City of Adventure was the name given to the small city by the martial artists. What? The Heavenly Ruins isn't opening today? Only the remaining 9 teams? Ling Xiao only received this news when he arrived at the City of Adventure. He thought that today was the day he would enter the Heavenly Ruins. How boring. Boss, since you're here, why don't you go take a look? The teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds are all here. King rules the world, Zilin, Bai Fan, and the others. Xiao Jin's eyes shone with excitement. Fine, let's go watch the show. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. There was no point in staying at home and cultivating. Thus, they went to the seats that had been prepared for them in advance and sat down. At this moment, there were a total of 18 teams that were preparing to participate in the assessment. They were all on the huge training field below. The 13 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, as well as the Battle Alliance's team, sat in special seats in the audience, right below the rostrum. There seems to be a lot of people here to watch the battle. Ling Xiao casually glanced around and discovered some unfamiliar and powerful faces. Even the sect master of the Jade Flower sect, who was rumored to have suffered heavy injuries in the devil-suppressing forest, had come. Basically, each of the 13 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had at least one half-step Divine Body Realm expert. As for the participating teams, including the reserve team, the strongest was only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. Actually, that was pretty good. Who is that person? Even the Sacred Lady of the Wild Beast region and the Golden Prince are following behind him? What a powerful aura! The crowd quickly noticed Ling Xiao and couldn't help but discuss. He's just a fox who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. I heard that the Golden Prince doesn't want too much trouble, so he sent this guy called Ling Xiao. In this team, this guy's strength is the weakest. He's really lucky. Those who didn't know the truth looked down on Ling Xiao. They even felt that he was dragging the team down. The Board of Patriarchs attached great importance to this matter. Although the 13 patriarchs weren't present, the elders who were second only to the original were all present. These 12 elders were actually all divine physique echelon experts. How terrifying were those patriarchs! Yu Hua Divine Cult's leader, Yu Huajun, had been staring at Ling Xiao ever since he entered. His eyes were filled with indifference. Strangely, there was actually a strong sense of greed. Did this old thing guess something? Ling Xiao had entered the demon suppression forest, and then the forest underwent a strange change. Currently, only Yu Huajun knew about this matter. This old thing probably didn't tell anyone else because he wanted to take all the treasures on Ling Xiao. So what if he guessed it? Ling Xiao sneered. Now that he had obtained the Lotus Sutra, he could just find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion and come out when he was stronger. Of course, that was just a strategy that he had no other choice. He ignored Yu Huajun and looked at the few forces that he was most interested in. The first was the Golden Skies. As expected, Hei Feng and Bai Fan were the leaders, but there was a new face. This person was wearing a mask, so his identity was unknown. However, his aura was definitely not inferior to Hei Feng's. These 3 people should be the 3 strongest people in the Golden Heavens domain team. The second was the Savage Beast region. Zilin, Zhou Guang, and the others were all here. Zilin looked at Ling Xiao with undisguised ferocity. When he heard that the ant in the primordial divine tomb had actually come to the chaotic desert ocean, he didn't believe it. At first, he didn't believe it. When he saw it with his own eyes, he decided to get rid of this person. Otherwise, with this kid's terrifying potential, he would grow into a terrifying existence sooner or later. The third was the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. There were also many familiar faces: Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, Jian Wuqing, Dao Shuilan, and Fire Spirit. Unfortunately, Ling Jiaojiao was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao guessed that Ling Jiaojiao was very likely to be heavily nurtured by the Demon Emperor, just like someone like Huang Jinlan. The 7 of them were all familiar faces. Moreover, after not seeing them for a long time, they were much stronger than before. After being personally trained by the Demon Emperor, it was a qualitative leap. Especially Ghost Sword and Qi Niming, who were now terrifying existences in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Among the other 3 unfamiliar faces, there were also 2 half-step divine physique echelon existences. They were probably the leaders sent by the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region this time. The 4th force that Ling Xiao paid attention to was the Eternal Emperor region. As the strongest force, the Eternal Emperor Domain's team was simply ridiculously strong. Among the 10 people, there were actually 4 half-step divine physique echelon experts. The other 6 were also in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. They were simply asking for trouble. Wan Quan under the heavens was one of the half-step divine physique echelon experts, but he wasn't the strongest. The strongest person in the Eternal Emperor region is called Yu Chun. His strength is probably the most terrifying among all the contestants this time. He belongs to the royal family of the Eternal Emperor region. Little Gold reminded. Chapter 45-33. Oh? Because of Xiao Jun's words, Ling Xiao deliberately glanced at Yu Qin. This person's face was cold. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, there was a terrifying saber intent blooming from him as he sat there. He should be an expert in using sabers. Wan Quan under heaven looked at Ling Xiao and made a throat-slitting gesture. This kid's hatred for Ling Xiao was even greater than Ling Xiao's hatred for him. After all, his physical body was destroyed in the hands of an ant. He really couldn't stand the anger. In such an environment, Ling Xiao's potential actually began to be released. He probably felt the pressure. This time, the people who came were not the top existences of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but they were already so terrifying. How terrifying would the top geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds be? It was really hard to imagine. Sister Yu Nu is now a super genius of the Eternal Palace. She's not weaker than Wan Quan under heaven. If I want to be worthy of her, I should at least be the top genius of the Golden Sky domain. This trip to the chaotic sand ocean is just the beginning. I will become stronger. Wait a little longer. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He was a little excited. How could he not be excited that he was so close to something that he couldn't touch before? At this moment, Yu Huajun stood up. It seemed that his injuries had not healed yet. His face was a little pale. He probably suffered serious injuries in the demon suppression forest. Yu Hua Divine Sect was the lackey of the Patriarch Society. Yu Huajun was the leader of this group of dogs. Naturally, he would be the one doing the hard work. He stood up and went straight to the point. Today, 9 out of 18 teams will be chosen. Before he finished speaking, someone had already shouted, "Aren't there 10 spots?" Ling Xiao looked at the person who spoke. With his memory, he naturally remembered that this person was a martial artist from Yu Hua Divine Sect. It seemed that he did it on purpose. He suddenly remembered what Bai Fan had said. They had become the only team to break the rules and advance to the next round. They would definitely become the target of public criticism and be viewed with hostility by many people. Haha, so that's how it is. Setting a trap for me? But is it useful? At the end of the day, 10,000 traps could not compare to true strength. He sneered and continued to watch these people perform. Yu Huajun said coolly, "Originally, there were 10 spots, but the Battle Alliance's team's overall strength was very powerful. Therefore, the Patriarch Society unanimously decided that they could directly advance without having to take the test. This is for your own good. Otherwise, if you fight against a powerful team, you can imagine the consequences. His words were clearly meant to provoke the 18 teams. So what if you're from the Battle Alliance? What right do they have to say that we're not as good as them before we even fight? We refuse to accept this. Especially among these people, there were people who deliberately fanned the flames. Everyone's emotions were stirred up in an instant. Ling Xiao watched all this coldly without saying a word. He wanted to see how the Council of Patriarchs would handle this matter. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so excited that they would want to show off their strength. Ling Xiao was the exact opposite. It was the Council of Patriarchs that had decided on them. He wanted to see how the Council of Patriarchs would clean up this mess. He wasn't going to catch the ball. One of the people who had been arranged long ago said in a clear voice, "The Council of Patriarchs doing this, we're really very unconvinced. The Council of Patriarchs is different from the Beast Deity Alliance, relying on the constraints of rules. It was agreed that 20 teams would compete for 10 spots. Now, they were actually decided internally. Based on what? If their strength is strong enough, there shouldn't be a problem to take part in the test, right?" "That's right." With someone fanning the flames, there would naturally be people who would be ignited. There were only 10 spots to begin with. Now that there was one less, there would definitely be a lot of dissatisfied people. The Council of Patriarchs' action probably won't convince the masses. Although Golden Prince, Kai Dai Saintus, and Jianhu are all very powerful, the remaining 2 people in this team are seriously not worthy of such a high-end composition. Their overall strength probably can't compare to any of our 18 teams. They got the internally decided spot. There's a shady deal here. In the Council of Patriarchs, the person who planned this matter let out a cold laugh. He wanted to see how Ling Xiao would clean up the mess. Facing so many people's doubts, the pressure must be very great. He wanted to make Ling Xiao look bad. Of course, the more important purpose was to let the 18 teams test Ling Xiao's strength. At this moment, Yu Huojun looked at Ling Xiao and said with a seemingly difficult expression, "Little brother, why don't you just show your strength? This way, they can also shut up. Even an idiot knows how stupid it is to show your strength before entering the heaven ruins. Sect leader Yu Huojun, are you even worse than an idiot? It was the Council of Patriarchs that decided internally that we would advance. Now that there are people objecting, it should be the Council of Patriarchs to deal with it. Could it be that the Council of Patriarchs doesn't even have this bit of authority now, letting a bunch of trash question your decision? Have the 12 elders all become mutes?" No one expected Ling Xiao's words. This was equivalent to roasting the Council of Patriarchs on the fire. That's right. The Battle Alliance team was begged to let them advance internally. You did that, but you couldn't suppress the voices of opposition. What's the use of having you? Yu Huojun's expression was extremely ugly. The elders couldn't get out of this situation either. Finally, one of the elders stood up. The Battle Alliance team's advancement was decided unanimously by the Council of Patriarchs. Who dares question it? As soon as his voice rang out, the questioning voices of the 18 teams immediately stopped. It was obvious that although they didn't dare to say anything, they were still unconvinced. Elders, you mustn't be deceived by Ling Xiao's glib tongue. The Council of Patriarchs unanimously decided that the Battle Alliance team would advance internally. However, if some people want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the team's glory, that's definitely not allowed. That's a challenge to the Council of Patriarchs' rules. Suddenly, a martial artist from the 4 regions and 9 realms spoke up. This person was Xian Mu from the Savage Beast region, an 8th level core fragmentation cultivator. The others in this team are passable, but Ling Xiao really doesn't have the qualifications to enter the heaven ruins. Elders, please make a clear judgment. Xian Mu sneered. That brat Ling Xiao made them suffer greatly in the primordial divine tomb. He had to give this guy a hard time. Moreover, he also wanted to know Ling Xiao's true strength. After all, there were many rumors in the outside world, saying that Ling Xiao had killed heavenly demon Yuwa. Although Xian Mu didn't like to talk, his brain was still very good. Hearing Xianmu's words, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. If he were to deal with a 9th level core shattering stage martial artist, he might have to utilize all his trump cards. But the 8th level of the shattered core realm, Since you, Xianmu, are courting death, I shall grant you your wish. Then, you shall become the nourishment for my cultivation. The Black Lotus Scroll of the Lotus Sutra cultivated the Devil Tao. As for the demonic path, it was about defying the heavens, about defying all living things. It was domineering. Whoever refused to comply, he would kill them. Xiao Jin was about to speak when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. He stood up. Why go through so much trouble? You, Xianmu, look down on me, Ling Xiao. Do you dare to fight me? Is this a test of my capabilities? *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** /3/x/m reading novels on mobile. Chapter 45-34. Ling Xiao was just about to take care of those 6 bastards from the savage beast region. He didn't expect that idiot Xian Mu to come knocking on his door. If he didn't accept this gift, he'd be letting the heavens down. Xian Mu, since you think I, Ling Xiao, can't do it, why don't you come and spar with me? As Ling Xiao spoke, he leapt into the air and entered the arena. He didn't give Xian Mu any reason to refuse. At that moment, Xian Mu was stunned. He had only wanted to mock Ling Xiao a little. He didn't expect to be targeted by Ling Xiao. This ant from the past wanted to challenge him? He felt humiliated. This ant didn't challenge anyone else, but him. Didn't that mean he was weaker than him? Xian Mu's eyes were filled with fear. But he hesitated. He was thinking, what if those rumors were true? What if he lost? What? Are you scared? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Since you're scared, then be a good coward and stop farting there. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xian Mu couldn't hold back his anger any longer. You think I'm scared of you? Just don't regret it. Xian Mu flew out and landed on the arena. He released his aura as an 8th-stage core fragmentation cultivator. It was as if he wanted Ling Xiao to be afraid, to make Ling Xiao admit defeat. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see it. His expression didn't change. Xian Mu, don't let this ant look down on the savage beast region. It's best if you kill him. Wang Quan's world suddenly spoke. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he felt uncomfortable all over. He felt like his body was about to explode. Kill him? Xian Mu was stunned. Was it really okay to kill someone in a place like this? Why did Wang Quan's world value an ant so much? The Immortal Palace's martial artists were also surprised. Wang Quan's world was very excited to see Ling Xiao at the entrance of the Jade Flower sect. Why was he doing this again? Junior brother Wang Quan, do you know that person? Yu Qin asked with a frown. He believed that although Wang Quan under heaven was not as good as Wang Quan under heaven, he had always been a proud person. He shouldn't have completely lost his composure because of a martial artist in the late stage of the extreme stage of Dan. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Wang Quan's world said viciously. This is the guy who destroyed my body. He wouldn't tell anyone about this, but since Yu Qin already knew about it, there was no harm in telling her. It's actually him? Didn't you say that he was in a small country in the western regions? Why had he come to the chaotic desert? The people of the western regions have never experienced such a thing. Yu Qin was also shocked. I don't understand either. How did this guy grow to such an extent? However, since I've met him, he must die. He must die! King of the World gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, he glared at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have died countless times. This place really suits me. Surrounded by strong enemies on the battlefield. There were also many people who harbored ill intentions towards him. The demon in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. However, this demon was a type of demon path that was under his control. It wasn't like the human demon who had been controlled by the demon intent. The demon path was also a type of martial path. However, it was about killing decisively, taking revenge, never compromising, and going against the heavens. Today's stage was very important for him to improve his strength. Ling Xiao, your strength isn't that great, but you're quite hated. I really didn't think that you would be so stupid to actually take the initiative to provoke me. Xianmu looked at Ling Xiao, his killing intent burning. He could see that there were many people who wanted Ling Xiao dead. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, there shouldn't be a problem, right? You talk too much. Ling Xiao looked at the elders and said loudly, Elders, there are people who question the overall strength of our Battle Alliance team. Most importantly, they question my strength. If I defeat Xianmu today, will there be no problem? Of course. One of the elders nodded and said, This person was a martial artist from Roland's Golden Palace. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to provoke Xianmu like this, he was also somewhat curious. The other elders also nodded one after another. Even for Yu Huajun, this was just the effect she wanted. Everyone was very interested. Where did this arrogant youth get his confidence from? He actually dared to provoke Xianmu. Xianmu was at the 8th level of the Shattered Core Realm, and he was only at the late stage of the Extreme Core Realm. This gap was a bit too big. Purely courting death. Ignorant. Even if he's retarded, he shouldn't be to this extent. He's dead for sure. Zilin, Wang Quan Under the Heavens by Fan, and the others all had this thought. They thought that Ling Xiao's actions were tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, hooked his finger at Xianmu and said, Come, grandson! Hateful! Xianmu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his right hand, and a thin needle-like thing shot out. Greenwood Divine Needle! This was a treasure in Xianmu's hands. It had one dragon mark. Its destructive power was extremely great. Using this right from the start showed that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, and that he planned to do it by hook or by crook. Twin Tiger Divine Seal! Ling Xiao was not to be outdone, and he activated the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The huge seal smashed towards the Greenwood Divine Needle. The two magic treasures collided. They were both monarch weapons with one dragon mark, but Ling Xiao's true essence quality and soul power were stronger. Therefore, the Greenwood Divine Needle was actually knocked to the ground. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal's momentum did not decrease, and it directly smashed onto Xianmu's body, knocking him to the ground. Although the Greenwood Divine Needle had weakened a lot of power, it did not cause too much damage to Xianmu. However, in this first exchange, Xianmu had suffered a hidden loss. This made those who thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose and mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao look bad. Twin Tiger Divine Seal? Could he be the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader? There are also rumors that he killed Yuhua Tianrui and Yuhua Heavenly Demon, and not the Golden Prince that everyone knows. When people saw Ling Xiao make his move, some of the rumors that they did not care about seemed to be true now. Use whatever moves you have. I want to see how powerful the martial arts of the Savage Beast region are. My Golden Sky region's martial arts are still the best. Ling Xiao did not release his Tyrant martial soul. He did not even use his beast soul transformation. He only used his physical body to fight his opponent. It was for his own training and breakthrough. His body was like steel that needed to be tempered. If he was not injured, he would not be strengthened. That would not be good. Once he used his beast soul transformation, Xianmu would have lost long ago. This was just right. Arrogant! Xianmu was prepared for a long battle after failing to kill Ling Xiao in one move. It did not matter even if he lost face. It was fine as long as he could kill Ling Xiao. Kill! Xianmu used his most terrifying move. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was filled with vines and roots. There was almost no space to dodge. End of chapter. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet trembled. Is he provoking you? Yuchen said with a frown. Damned Ling Xiao! An ant, do you really think you can defeat me like this? Wang Quan's world clenched his fists, his eyes red. And at this moment on the training field, Xian Mu saw Ling Xiao suddenly stop and thought that his chance had arrived. He frantically manipulated the roots and vines to attack Ling Xiao. 9 revolution gourd, 9 revolution armor. The pitch-black smoke turned into a pitch-black armor that covered Ling Xiao's entire body. The 9 revolution gourd had already been exposed, so there was no need to hide it now. Those roots and vines hit the black armor, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. An emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. How does this kid have such a treasure? Many people were shocked, including Xian Mu. No wonder he dared to provoke Xian Mu. Just this emperor weapon alone can make him invincible. Zilin frowned. He admitted that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Letting Xian Mu fight was a wrong decision. Xian Mu was at a loss against the 9 revolution gourd. But at this moment, Ling Xiao actually removed the 9 revolution armor. Sorry, I don't need this treasure to deal with you. I was just talking to King of the World to protect myself. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Mu and smiled. How dare you look down on me like this? Xian Mu felt like he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. I will definitely kill you. Heaven and earth seal, endless forest. Xian Mu's martial Dao seemed to be more focused on his body. It was always related to the word, Mu. He let out a furious roar. The entire martial arts practice field seemed to be completely enveloped by the dense forest. The boundless forest shrouded the sky. Every leaf was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. It's over. Yeah, too careless. He had such a treasure but didn't use it. Many people sighed for Ling Xiao. Treasures were also a part of one's strength. King of the World thought differently. He hoped that Ling Xiao would die, so he would be very happy with all the stupid things that Ling Xiao did. But in the next moment, his excited face turned dull again, as if he had eaten a mouthful of feces. The endless forest was filled with killing intent. But among them, Ling Xiao was like a sharp demon's sword. He killed all the enemies one by one. Although Ling Xiao still couldn't understand the true meaning of the Black Lotus Scroll. But the demonic Dao merged with his sword Dao. But it released an even more terrifying sword intent. He temporarily sealed the East Victory Heavenly Sword. Only using the East Victory Demon Sword, the demonic aura was even stronger. The boundless forest was actually trembling in an attempt to suppress this demon. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to suppress it. For some reason, many people thought of the demon suppression forest. Is that all you can do? You're really too weak. Especially when Ling Xiao went crazy in the endless forest and mocked Xian Mu like this, it really made Xian Mu vomit blood. Since you don't have any other skills, it's my turn to attack. Ling Xiao held the East Victory Demon's sword. The demonic power merged into his vital essence. The 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique completely erupted. The 9 beasts merged into one. They formed a huge demonic sword shadow. Xian Mu was extremely shocked. He had no choice but to take out his last trump card. Azure the True Body. A shadow appeared behind Xian Mu. Endless invisible wood power condensed in Xian Mu's hand. In his hand there was still the Azure Wood Divine Needle. However, when it was held by the Azure the True Body, its power had increased to a terrifying level. At this point, he was really afraid. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? How could it be? He really regretted fighting. Even if he won this battle, his trump card was exposed. What should he do next? Are you still thinking that you can win? How ridiculous. As Ling Xiao spoke, he finally entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. If he didn't transform, he really couldn't withstand Xian Mu's ultimate move. After transforming, his advantage would become extremely obvious. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Xian Mu even used the Azure the True Body. It seems that he's really forced into a desperate situation. That guy's combat strength is still increasing. What the hell is going on? Beast God Martial Artist. Yu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang Quan under the heavens was also shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. Beast God Martial Artist. His brother, Wang Quan under the heavens was one. That was a legendary existence, an invincible legend. This Ling Xiao was also a beast god martial artist. Chapter 45-36. Boom! The Greenwood Divine Needle clashed with the 12 Divine Beast technique. There was a terrifying explosion in the martial arts field. Everyone saw Xian Mu flying out, and a blood arrow was shot out in midair. Kill! At this moment, Wang Quan under heaven, who was sitting in the spectator stand, suddenly made his move. In an instant, he was above Ling Xiao. Dynasty Tyrant Fist! The terrifying fist force smashed towards Ling Zhao's head. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Wang Quan under heaven suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Was he looking down on the elders of the Golden Firmament region? This was crazy. However, they didn't know that Wang Quan under heaven only wanted Ling Xiao to die. The moment he saw Ling Xiao defeat Xian Mu, he vaguely thought he saw himself being sent flying. He couldn't wait any longer. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it didn't matter if he was despised by countless people. Moreover, he had thought about it. Ling Xiao wasn't even a disciple of the Golden Palace. Even if he killed him and the Golden Firmament region wasn't happy, he just needed to compensate them. The Golden Firmament region couldn't possibly kill an ordinary disciple like Ling Xiao, right? Just as he was about to succeed, a golden light suddenly stopped Wang Quan under heaven. Perhaps everyone else was stunned. However, Little Gold and Cold Plum weren't. Neither were Ghost Sword and Qi Niming. At almost the same time, the four of them made their move. But in the end, Xiao Jin was faster. When Wang Quan under heaven stood up, he also made his move. Boom! Fists collided with fists. The duel between half-step divine physique echelon experts caused the training field to be in shambles. You people from the Eternal Emperor region are really shameless. Elders, are you not going to do anything about this? Little Gold roared. Wang Quan under heaven, are you crazy? The elders of the Eternal Emperor region had ugly expressions. Wang Quan under heaven's actions were really embarrassing for the Eternal Emperor region. Although the Eternal Emperor region was the strongest among the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they didn't dare to offend the other forces at the same time. Doing so would only make them a joke. Moreover, if you want to launch a sneak attack, it's fine if you succeed. The key point was that he failed and was stopped by someone. What a disgrace. Go back! An elder from the Eternal Emperor region shouted. Although kingship of the world was unwilling, he knew very well that he had failed. Not only did he lose face today, but he also failed to kill Ling Xiao. How could this ant's life be so strong? You want to leave so easily after making a move? Dream on! Little Gold! Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't kill King of the World right now, but he still wanted to teach him a lesson. There was no need for the 2 brothers to understand. Xiao Jin naturally understood. In the blink of an eye, he stopped King of the World. Ling Xiao instantly used the Cosmic Light God Fist. Before anyone could react, Wang Quan was sent flying with a punch. It landed heavily on the spectator stands. Pooh! Wang Quan's world spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he wasn't seriously injured, it was still embarrassing. How dare you attack me? He was practically roaring out the words. Only you are allowed to launch sneak attacks on others, but others are not allowed to attack you? Ling Xiao sneered. Who do you think you are? I'm a genius of the Eternal Palace, and you're just an ant. Kingship of the World was still shouting. Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get lost! Yu Qin suddenly stood up and slapped Kingship of the World's face. After all, the Eternal Palace still cared about their reputation. Even if they wanted to kill someone, they shouldn't use such a method. Since they used it, they shouldn't have failed. Since they had failed, they shouldn't pester endlessly. That would only make people laugh. Kingship of the World was stunned for a moment. In the end, he glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and turned to leave. As expected, he was still somewhat afraid of Yu Qin. Although Yu Qin wasn't as strong as his elder brother, he was still a member of the imperial family. After Kingship of the World left, the storm finally calmed down. Everyone's evaluation of Ling Xiao increased by a lot, especially those who were preparing to participate in the assessment. No one felt that he wasn't qualified anymore. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xian Mu. Xian Mu had already been rescued by the people of the Savage Beast region. His physical body was almost destroyed. Fortunately, it wasn't completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to recover. Seeing this scene, some people looked at Ling Xiao with a shocked expression. He can seriously injure Xian Mu, who's in the 8th stage of the core fragmentation realm, without using a treasure. I'm afraid his strength has already reached the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Who's blind to say that he's not qualified to enter the heavenly ruins? The elders of the Golden Sky region looked at Ling Xiao with shining eyes. Who didn't like geniuses? Moreover, Ling Xiao was a genius who was somewhat different from the rest. Ling Xiao! You didn't embarrass the Golden City, nor did you embarrass the Flame Emperor. As the second in command of the Patriarch Society, he naturally had good information. Ling Xiao was the champion of the Golden Battle of the 3,000 Holy Cities. He had some kind of relationship with the Flame Emperor. He knew all about it. Thank you for the praise, Elder. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, Do well. The Golden City won't mistreat you. Don't worry about those rascals, the Elder said again. Ling Xiao naturally knew who he was talking about. He couldn't help but smile and say, I understand. However, I've always been the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I hope that some people don't provoke me. Otherwise, he'll only end up worse than Xian Mu. With that, he turned and left. Little Gold, Cold Plum, Dong Wan Yu, and Sword Tiger followed closely behind. Everyone looked at this domineering figure and felt a deep sense of emotion. I thought that we'd be much stronger than him after receiving the Demon Emperor's guidance. I didn't expect that we'd still be inferior to him in the end. Ghost Sword smiled bitterly. Yeah, but I'm really happy to see him. Perhaps we can work together after entering the heavenly ruins, Qi Niming said. Over at the Savage Beast region's side, Xian Mu wailed miserably. Lin, avenge me. Don't worry. Whether or not today's incident happened, I'll definitely kill him. This person was too terrifying. His speed of growth was so fast that it was shocking. If we don't kill him, we'll all become his prey. Qilin's expression didn't look too good. Yu Huojun looked at Ling Xiao's back with excitement in her eyes. It can't be wrong, even though he hid it well. Although he hid well, I can still feel that it's the power of the demonic Tao. He must have obtained some benefits in the demon suppression forest. If we want to make a move, we can only do it in the heavenly ruins. We'll have to send out the most elite forces of the Yuhua Divine Sect. The Yuhua Divine Sect didn't have a quota. However, obtaining a quota wasn't a problem. The remaining 9 teams were determined for the next test. 3 of them were from the Yuhua Divine Sect. 1 of them was from the Savage Beast region. There were only 5 teams that were truly independent teams. Yu Huojun's plan was naturally to be carried out by these 3 teams. This trip to the heavenly ruins seemed like a simple treasure hunt, but in reality, it was a competition between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds. Whoever obtained the best treasures would obtain the most treasures. Naturally, they would win glory for their faction and bring great benefits. Chapter 45-37. The next day was the opening of the heavenly ruins. A total of 23 teams had gathered in the City of Adventure. There were 23 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There were 9 neutral teams. One of them was the Battle Alliance's team. There was one more team out of the original 22, but it didn't affect them much. Although Little Gold was in the Battle Alliance's team, their overall strength was still inferior to the teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, the 9 neutral teams were the weakest. The other teams had 10 members each. Only the Battle Alliance's team had 5 members. In total, there were 225 people. If the martial artists who were in the heavenly ruins and hadn't come out yet were included, this competition would be very exciting. After all the teams had gathered, they headed toward the Heavenly Ruins under the leadership of the Patriarch Society. It was called Heavenly Ruins, but it was actually Hell. Over the thousands of years, the Heavenly Ruins had devoured countless lives. However, there were still people who rushed to their deaths. It was not because of anything else, but because there were treasures inside that made people excited. Everyone seemed to be very nervous. Even those who knew each other very well rarely spoke. Wang Quan under the heavens ignored Ling Xiao today. He had probably thought of how to deal with Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Ruins. He didn't need to worry about it outside. The strange one was Yu Qin. Yu Qin should have known about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua by now. He walked to Ling Xiao's side under the surprised gazes of the others. "Kid, you came from Yihua Town. It wasn't easy for you to achieve what you have today. However, Fanghua isn't someone you can match up to. You'd better remember that. Besides, Fanghua and Tianming are already engaged. I don't want to cause any trouble." His voice was arrogant, cold, and filled with a commanding aura. Ling Xiao looked at him contemptuously and sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me what to do? Do you want to die too?" Yu Qin was stunned. How dare someone talk to him like that? Even Zilin and Hei Feng, who were half-step divine physique echelon experts, had to be respectful in front of him. In his imagination, Ling Xiao should be trembling with fear. "I am a member of the Eternal Palace. Yu Fanghua is my cousin," Yu Qin sneered. "So what? That only proves that your family background is illustrious. At the same time, it also shows your incompetence." Ling Xiao chuckled. "I used more than 2 years to travel from Ascension Town to the chaotic desert sea. From an ant in your eyes, I became a threat to you. What about you? Over the past 2 years, your cultivation hasn't changed at all, and your strength hasn't improved at all. I really don't understand. How can you be so arrogant in front of me?" Since they were already here, who would leave? Moreover, those who dared to come to the chaotic desert were all lunatics. Would lunatics be afraid of death? At the very least, they wouldn't be afraid before the real threat arrived. The huge teleportation gate was located in a dark and damp canyon. The vegetation near the teleportation gate had turned black due to the aura of death released from it. "Good, you're all brave warriors," Yu Huajin sneered. He knew that more than half of the 200 people would die tragically. This was an extremely cruel competition and trial. He had experienced it before and was lucky enough to survive. That was how he became a divine body realm cultivator today. Strange patterns were drawn on the modeled teleportation gate. The words on it were also slightly different from the words in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even though Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, he still couldn't understand it. However, those patterns were enough to tell that this wasn't a good place. "World of Dead Souls, this name is really appropriate. I feel like we're not going in to look for treasures, but to seek death." Ling Xiao smiled. "I have the same feeling. This damn place is more terrifying than the other ruins I've been to. I wonder what the real name of the Eternal Ruins is compared to the Heaven Ruins. Rumor has it that the ruins are even more terrifying than the World of Dead Souls." Little Gold frowned. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4538. If a brother is of one heart, he can cut through metal. You'll know what a scary place is like after going through it. Ling Xiao could still smell Yushin's aura in the endless aura of death. Despite the heavy aura of death, Yushin was still powerful. The portal wasn't built by the Board of Patriarchs. Maybe it was a native of the Eternal Desert. In any case, it had been here since people from the 4 regions and 9 worlds arrived. It had been here for thousands of years. Looks like the Board of Patriarchs really values this ruin. Ling Zhao's divine consciousness became stronger after the lotus flower incident. After all, he swallowed 1/10 of the lotus flower's divine consciousness power. Therefore, he discovered that there were close to 200 divine body realm powerhouses in the darkness. This was his first time seeing so many divine body realm powerhouses. He couldn't help but sigh. his current strength was still too weak. Perhaps he was already outstanding among the young people. However, in this world, young people were only a small part of it. These divine body realm powerhouses were all over 100 years old. Therefore, even if they wanted to enter the world of souls, they couldn't do it. Why was that? Ling Xiao was confused. Why did the world of souls restrict martial artists over 100 years old from entering? It wasn't a restriction on strength, but on age. This was the first time he encountered such a restriction. Although they couldn't enter, the Board of Patriarchs set a rule that martial artists who entered the Heaven Ruin had to pay 90% of their gains to the Board of Patriarchs. Of course, martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds only had to pay 50%. However, this was very shameless. The world of souls didn't belong to anyone. Other people risked their lives to enter and come out alive, and they still had to give you 50% or even 90%. Everyone knew that this was very shameless. However, the Board of Patriarchs was powerful enough. You could choose not to enter. If you wanted to enter, you had to follow their rules. Perhaps because he cultivated the demon path, Ling Xiao was very disgusted by such rules. 50%? Don't even think about taking away anything that I got with my own abilities, he sneered. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. He just had to do it. Of course, if some treasures were really useless, the Board of Patriarchs could give generous rewards. He could also use them to exchange. However, they wanted him to give them to them for free? No way. Of course, the Patriarch Society was not satisfied with such shameless methods. Ling Xiao noticed that they were trying to crack the barriers of the world of souls while guarding the place. Perhaps one day, even divine physique echelon experts would be able to enter it. Alright, now enter the world of souls in order. Let me remind you that you should have already entered quite a few small worlds. Like many other small worlds, this portal was randomly teleported. After you go in, do you want to meet up with your teammates as soon as possible, or do you want to go on your own? Make your own decisions. Alright, it's getting late. Let's begin. After Yu Huojun finished speaking, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao. It was as if he was saying, without the protection of Prince Jin, let's see what you can do. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Did he need protection? In fact, he was more worried about Dong Wanyu now. Dong Wanyu was the weakest among the 5. She was the most dangerous. He didn't need to worry about Xiao Jin, Sword Tiger, and Cold Plum. Good disciple. Take this 9 Revolutions gourd. The 9 Revolutions gourd was Ling Zhao's best treasure. However, his strength had increased tremendously, and he didn't need it anymore. It was naturally best to give it to Dong Wanyu. Others called him master, but he had yet to give this adorable disciple a single treasure. Master, you can't. Dong Wanyu hurriedly waved her hands. You little girl, others can't wait to get something from me, but you don't want it. Take it, I don't need it anymore. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His physical strength was already comparable to the Divine Phoenix battle armor, an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. The 9 Revolutions gourd was only used to show off. It wasn't very useful. Thank you, Master. Dong Wanyu received it. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum naturally didn't need his treasures. One was a prince of the Beast Emperor Palace, while the other was the Kai Dai Saintess of the Saintess Palace. It was impossible for them to not have treasures. Then, he glanced at Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. In order not to implicate the 2 girls, he secretly told them not to acknowledge each other. This way, the 2 girls would be safer. However, the world of dead souls was filled with danger. He still had 2 treasures that he planned to give to the 2 of them. He didn't even need the 9 Revolutions gourd, let alone the Twin Tiger Divine Seal and the Cursed Demon Dagger. It would be a waste to keep them on him. He might as well give them to his friends. Therefore, he walked to Ghost Sword's side and gave the 2 items to him. He whispered in his ear. Ghost Sword was much stronger than Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. Even if he was targeted, he wouldn't be afraid. Understood. Ghost Sword understood what he meant. He gave the 2 items to Black Pearl and Qiaoguang when no one was paying attention. When the 2 girls received the treasures and realized that it was an emperor artifact with a dragon pattern, they immediately blushed. Actually, they also knew that Ling Xiao only treated them as friends of the opposite sex. But even so, they didn't care. They were happy to receive Ling Xiao's gift. During this time, many teams had already entered the teleportation gate. Finally, it was the Battle Alliance's turn. Everyone be careful. Safety first. After saying that, the 5 of them entered the teleportation gate. After a series of spatial fluctuations, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his feet land on solid ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. This place was desolate and eerie. The ground was filled with eerie white bones. It made one feel uncomfortable. As expected, they're all gone. There was no one around Ling Xiao. Only the white jade cat crawled out of his arms and then shrank back. It's over. How did you come to this place? You're dead. The white jade cat had always been timid. Ling Xiao was used to it, so he didn't care. He opened his Tai Chi eye and tried to find Xiao Jin and the others. However, he found that the Tai Chi eye's field of vision was only 1/10 of before. It was much smaller. What a powerful world of dead souls. Not only can it suppress divine sense, but it can also suppress my Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao couldn't sense the aura of his companions and was a little worried. However, he remembered that these people had been adventuring alone for a long time and nothing had happened. He was relieved. Their survival ability is not much weaker than mine. For now, I should worry about myself. Thinking of this, he began to observe the situation around him. Even if the Tai Chi eye was weakened, he could still see within a radius of 1 li. It didn't matter what he looked at, but it really gave him a fright. In the distance, a group of strange creatures were wandering aimlessly. This group of creatures seemed to be dead. But the strange thing was that they were obviously intelligent. From time to time, they would look around as if waiting for the next victim to come. End of chapter. Chapter 45-39. This was a pack of wolves, and their fur was all gray. Their eyes were also filled with a gray aura. They really looked like creatures that crawled out of hell. No wonder Yu Huijun said this was the world of dead souls. Of course, if that was all, it wouldn't scare Ling Xiao. The scariest thing was that the wolf king of this pack of dead soul wolves had actually reached the half-step divine body realm. Perhaps its combat power was even stronger than most half-step divine body realms. The wolf king's subordinates were divided into 4 teams. The wolf generals of each team had also reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. The rest of the dead soul wolves were at least the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. There were a total of about 100 of them. And the surrounding beasts weren't just limited to these dead soul wolves. In the pitch-black pool. In the gloomy and cold forest. In the cloudy sky. Almost everywhere was filled with these uncomfortable creatures. They were lifeless, just like dead souls. Ling Xiao didn't plan to alarm these terrifying monsters for the time being. Relying on the vision of the Tai Chi eye, he quickly left the place. But after walking for a few minutes, the ground suddenly shook. As if there was a giant beast approaching. Ling Xiao frowned. He directly entered the Shadow Dancer form and hid. The Shadow Dancer form was the first layer of protection. But because this form was discovered by the beasts in the Demon Suppression Forest, Ling Xiao felt that it wasn't safe. Not long after he hid, the Tai Chi eye captured the appearance of an extremely strange creature. This monster was about 5 meters tall. It was like a standing mountain goat. Its huge horns and the wool all over its body were actually black. As it ran, it constantly released a terrifying aura of death. Its eyes were extremely red. The places this monster passed by seemed to be burning with black flames. The ground was scorched black. What kind of monster is this? Such a powerful dark aura! Ling Xiao didn't rush out, because he realized that this terrifying mountain goat's strength had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. It definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat it. Ling Xiao believed that if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be able to hurt this monster at all. There's someone! After that monster, people appeared in his vision. A group of 4. 3 men and 1 woman. How lucky we are! We've just entered the world of souls, and we've already found such a powerful black goat. The death spirit black goat's crystal core could resist the death energy of the world of souls. Their bones and fur are excellent materials for refining magical equipment. One of them laughed as he launched an attack. Ling Xiao had some impression of this person. He seemed to be a martial artist from the neutral team, and his strength was at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. If he was surrounded by them, it would be very troublesome. It seemed that he could only use some extreme methods. He looked at Fan Heng. Although Fan Heng was at the 8th level of the Shattered Core stage like Zhang Che, his aura was obviously weaker. He believed that he would be easier to capture. In the next moment, he suddenly dashed out. He turned into an afterimage and quickly approached Fan Heng. Who is it? Fan Heng was also very smart. When he saw someone approaching him, he instantly thought of using him as a hostage. Or to kill him first. Therefore, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. Demonic Eye, Illusion Demon! Although Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, the opponent's speed was not slow either. Therefore, he instantly made a decision. He used the Demonic Eye. Fan Heng was about to escape when he suddenly felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him. At that moment, his vision completely disappeared and he was immersed in darkness. As if he had sunk into a swamp, a cold feeling appeared on his body. He desperately struggled, but found that he was sinking deeper and deeper. Who are you? You actually know such a powerful soul secret technique. Are you from the Soul Prison Palace? Although Fan Heng was very scared, he still maintained some calmness. He desperately urged his soul power to try to escape from this illusion. Soul Prison Palace? Just from the name, it was not simple. A place to imprison souls? It was probably a force in the chaotic sand ocean. It should not be as powerful as the Yuhua Divine Sect, not to mention the Council of Elders and the Beast Deity Alliance. Ling Xiao! Because Fan Heng was controlled by the illusion, he could not see Ling Xiao's appearance clearly. However, the other 3 could see it clearly. No one who entered the world of souls did not recognize Ling Xiao's face. It was actually Ling Xiao. Fan Heng's heart was filled with fear. In the chaotic sand ocean, there were a lot of rumors about Ling Xiao. For example, this guy killed people like flies. You better not come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a life left here. Ling Xiao used the Demonic Eye to control Fan Heng. Then, he jumped up and grabbed Fan Heng's neck. Chapter 45-40. Ling Xiao grabbed Fan Heng's neck. The other 3 wanted to save him, but it was too late. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the undead spirit black goat was already lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Ling Xiao, we have no feud with you. You don't have to do this, do you? Let's mind our own business and mind our own business. You go your way, and we'll go ours. The leader frowned and said, I, Xinyaning, promise you that we won't attack you if you let Fan Heng go. Xinyaning was quite strong. She was in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation stage. She was second only to the half-step divine body realm monsters. She thought her words were effective. Moreover, she was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao could defeat Xian Mu was only in the 8th stage of the core fragmentation stage. Aren't you a little too naive? The Council of Patriarchs allowed the 23 teams to enter the world of dead souls. They didn't say that we can't kill each other. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Give me the Black Goat Slayer, and you can have him. How is that possible? We worked so hard to kill the Black Goat Slayer, and you want us to give it to you? Do you think we're idiots? Zhang Che said angrily. Do as you wish. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I'll kill him now. Don't. Xinyaning shouted hurriedly. We can use the Black Goat Slayer to exchange for him, But how can we guarantee that you'll let him go after you take the Black Goat Slayer? That's simple. Leave the hostage here. You guys retreat 1,000 meters away. Leave the Black Goat Slayer 1,000 meters away. I'll leave immediately after I take the Black Goat Slayer. How about that? Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Agreed. Xin Yanning was a little surprised. Ling Xiao's plan was actually beneficial to them. Great! Ling Xiao smiled and put Fang Heng on the ground. Then, everyone retreated. The Black Goat Slayer was also pushed 1,000 meters away by Xin Yanning, Zhang Che, and Qin Fei. Big sister, this Ling Xiao is an idiot. He's only 100 meters away from us. And he's 1,000 meters away from Fang Heng. This hostage was no longer a hostage. Why don't we make a move? If the three of us work together, we can definitely kill him. We can't let the undead spirit Black Goat be taken away by him, Zhang Che said. Xin Yanning hesitated. Because in her impression, Ling Xiao was definitely not a fool. Since he dared to do this, he must have his reasons. However, before she could speak, Qin Fei suddenly dashed out. Their target was the hostage, Fang Heng. You two guard the undead spirit Black Goat. I'll save Fang Heng, Qin Fei shouted as he dashed out. Xin Yanning panicked. No! However, right at this moment, one of Fang Heng's arms suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Fei was taken aback. Xin Yanning and Zhang Che were also shocked. This is just a warning. It's not wrong to listen to your big sister. I'm a person who keeps her promises. Since you've kept your promises, I naturally won't act recklessly. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, he will definitely die. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. I won't. Take the undead spirit Black Goat and leave. Xin Yanning knew that she had fallen this time. But she couldn't ignore Fang Heng's life. Fang Heng was the son of their sect master. If he really died here, she would definitely not have a good life. Xin Yanning had always thought that she had overestimated Ling Xiao. But now she realized that she had still underestimated him. This Ling Xiao was not only ruthless, but also cunning. As he had expected, daring to put down the hostage meant that he had the confidence. Everyone, bye-bye. After keeping the undead spirit Black Goat into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao flew into the air. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. In the world of death, the strong preyed on the weak. If he was captured by the other party, he would definitely be killed. And he had only taken away the undead spirit Black Goat, which was already giving them face. Damn it, we worked so hard for half a day, but in the end, we didn't get anything. Qin Fei was so angry that he was burning with anger. Big sister, when our team meets up, we must kill this Ling Xiao, Zhang Che also said. This grudge must be avenged. Fang Heng was the most excited. If I don't twist that guy's head off, I won't be at ease. Don't be agitated. Don't forget that our purpose in entering the world of death is not to kill each other. We're here to find treasures. Killing Ling Xiao will only be a waste of time. It wasn't that Xin Yanning didn't want to kill Ling Xiao, but the problem was that she felt that even if 10 people joined forces, it was impossible to do so. It wasn't that they couldn't beat him, but that Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. Perhaps before they could make a move, he would have already escaped. Coward! Fang Heng scolded. Xin Yanning's expression was a little ugly. If it wasn't to save Fang Heng, they wouldn't have exchanged the undead spirit Black Goat. But now Fang Heng wasn't grateful at all, and instead scolded her. It was really unpleasant. Just as she was about to say something, Xin Yanning's expression suddenly changed. Run! She saw a swarm of black mosquitoes in the sky. The mosquitoes were extremely small, but they were densely packed, almost forming a black fog. What's wrong, big sister? They're from the abyss of demon. Xin Yanning didn't have time to explain. She grabbed Fang Heng and ran away. However, the mosquitoes that looked like a black fog were still following them in the sky. About 2 or 3 miles away from them, 5 people were standing there. They were dressed in black uniforms with strange skull patterns drawn on them. They were the warriors from the abyss of demon. 5 of the 10 people in the team. One of them was controlling something with his eyes closed. A strange martial soul appeared behind him. It was more like a nest of insects. It was a woman with a coquettish aura from head to toe. But she was extremely dangerous. Her attire was extremely gorgeous and colorful. In addition to the patterns exclusive to the Abyss of Demon, there were also some mosquito patterns on her body. Haha, escape? You've been targeted by my babies, and you still want to escape? These neutral idiots shouldn't have come in this time's heaven relic. The woman laughed strangely, and it was a little creepy. Even the 4 people with her couldn't help but distance themselves from her. Senior Sister 100 Bugs, have you found the prey? One of them said with a smile. Go, my babies will lead the way for you. 100 Bugs smiled and waved her hand. The other 4 people immediately rushed out. These 4 people were all experts of the 9th level of the Shattered Core stage. A distance of 2 or 3 miles was only a matter of seconds for experts of this level. Oh no, we're surrounded! Xin Yanning suddenly stopped. Looking at the mosquitoes flying in the sky, she frowned. It's that evil woman 100 Bugs. It's her! Hearing the name 100 Bugs, the other 3 people's faces changed. Fang Heng began to cry. Xin Yanning, you have to save me! He hugged Xin Yanning's leg and shouted. Save you? I don't even know if I can leave here alive. I'm so unlucky! From the looks of it, meeting Ling Xiao might actually be a fortunate thing. If I knew this would happen, I would have joined hands with him. Xin Yanning sighed and looked at the sky full of mosquitoes that were constantly descending. Chapter 45-41. While Xin Yanning and the others were being attacked, Ling Xiao had already found a safe place. He started to merge with the black goat. This would be a fusion that would fill the gap. Perhaps it could directly raise Ling Xiao's cultivation to the completion stage of the ultimate core stage. At that time, even without the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could easily defeat a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist. As for a half-step divine origin martial artist, he could use the Sky Tyrant martial soul to fight. It was even possible for him to win. As soon as he sat down, his Tai Chi eye suddenly captured a terrifying scene 1 mile away. Black mosquitoes covered the sky and surrounded the 4 people, including Xin Yanning. However, the black mosquitoes couldn't block his vision. He could see clearly. The black mosquitoes pounced on the injured Fang Heng. Fang Heng let out a terrified cry. Xin Yanning calmly dealt with it. However, at this moment, 4 black shadows quickly attacked. Sigh, the world of souls is indeed terrifying. Except for Xin Yanning, I'm afraid none of them can escape. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't pay much attention to the martial artists from the Abyss. He didn't expect them to be so terrifying. It should be said that there were no weaklings in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ah! Fang Heng let out a shrill cry. Xin Yanning was entangled by the experts from the Abyss and couldn't protect him anymore. In an instant, Fang Heng was devoured by the mosquitoes and became a skeleton. In the end, even his inner core was eaten clean. How cruel! In the next moment, Chen Fei and Zhang Che were also killed. The ones who killed them were a giant scorpion as tall as a mountain and a centipede like a dragon. Just what kind of person's divine ability is this? It can actually do this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xin Yanning could have escaped, but this woman was too emotional. In the end, she was captured. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know what would happen to her. The demon realm of the 9 underworlds is really vicious. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and stopped thinking. He started to merge. Oh, there's even a pretty girl. Not bad. In the next moment, Bai Zong arrived late. When he saw Xin Yanning's tattered clothes, he could not help but reveal a very uncomfortable smile. Senior sister, can you let us enjoy this woman after you're done with her? A warrior from the 9 underworlds demon realm said with a smile. This person had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He had a wretched look on his face, which made people dislike him. Of course. 100 Worms smiled, while Xinyaning was already close to despair. But now that she was in someone's hands, she couldn't even commit suicide. The mosquitoes that filled the sky flew back into Bai Zong's body. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the pores on Bai Zong's body were much larger than those of ordinary people. Those mosquitoes flew out from that place. This woman actually raised mosquitoes in her body. Just thinking about it made him shudder. The moment he recalled the mosquitoes, Worm's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no! Someone saw us fight! Impossible! Senior Sister 100 Bugs mosquitoes have been searching nearby. Who can avoid your detection?" The monkey-faced guy exclaimed. "Herder Monkey, don't underestimate the enemy. This person should be the one who just took the dead spirit black goat." 100 Worms looked at Xinyaning and sneered. "Who is he? Do you think I'll tell you? No matter if I tell you or not, you won't let me go." Xinyaning sneered. "Haha, you'll tell me." 100 Worms sneered. His laughter was like the whisper of a devil from hell. "But now, the important thing is that guy didn't leave, and seems to be spying on us nearby. Good fellow, he's really bold." 100 Worms' eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. "No matter what, we have to find this guy. We can't let him find out about the plan of the 9 underworlds. We can't let him tell others." 100 Worms' eyes flashed with a cold black light. No matter who it was, they couldn't be left alive. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the 5 people from the 9 underworld's demon realm. Their vision was definitely not as good as his, so they had to rely on those mosquitoes to find the target. He was hiding in a very safe place, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself. But for safety's sake, he still threw down 2 formation refining stones to isolate the sound and aura. Being proficient in formations gave him a great advantage. A very ordinary-looking flower appeared in each of the 8 directions around him. But only he knew that those things were like sentries, used to guard against enemies. When someone came within 300 meters of him, the sentries would sound the alarm. Of course, only he could hear it. Next, he began his journey of fusion with all his heart. He took out the dead spirit black goat's monster core and swallowed it. The next moment, a terrifying black gas appeared around his body. Even the shadow of the dead spirit black goat appeared. At this moment, the surrounding death chi no longer posed a threat to his body. Instead, it crazily rushed into his body, becoming the key to his advancement. About half an hour later, behind Ling Xiao, a strange shadow of the dead spirit black goat appeared. This dead spirit black goat held a huge scythe in its hand, looking ferocious. A pair of scarlet eyes seemed to see through death. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The fusion was very smooth, and his cultivation had finally advanced to the peak of the core realm. But to go from the peak to the core realm, it wasn't so easy. It would probably take a long time. Of course, he wasn't so anxious now. The dead spirit black goat filled the gap above his goat god body. Naturally, he also gained 2 more powerful abilities. The first was the dead spirit body. Entering this state, he would not be harmed by any physical or elemental attacks. The only weakness was soul force attacks. On the other hand, under the dead spirit body state, Ling Xiao could only use soul's secret techniques to attack. But the attack power was increased by 10 times. The second was Dark Siphon, absorbing the enemy's vitality and physical strength to restore his own vitality and physical strength. This was used in battle. It was simply awesome. His cultivation had broken through, and he had obtained a new divine ability special skill. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. However, at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. Southeast! He suddenly opened his eyes and looked. 4 figures had already appeared in his field of vision. Of these 4 figures, there were actually only 2 people. The other 2 were puppets. However, these puppets looked very real, almost no different from a real person. Ling Xiao instantly disappeared on the spot. 2 9th-level core shattering stage martial artists had arrived. There were also 2 9th-level core realm puppets. He wasn't a match for them in a head-on battle, so he still had to pay attention to some tactics. The leader was a man, and his body was actually wrapped in a black snake. The black snake was more than 10 meters long. It kept flicking its tongue, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. So he took the initiative to attack. So despicable, so shameless! Batgirl's condition was slightly better. She stood up and shouted, "You actually used a sneak attack! If I don't kill you today, I'm not a human! TCH! You really have the face to say that? Weren't those pitiful fellows killed by your sneak attacks?" Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Besides, you two are not dead. Why are you angry? I just want to warn you that you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill all 10 of you." Hearing this, the two of them looked even more unsightly. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. After a successful sneak attack, he thought he was very strong. He even threatened to kill 10 people of the infernal demon realm. "Ling Xiao, I think you're really tired of living. Since you know we're from the infernal demon realm, you should have run instead of ambushing us." The black snake man sneered. A cloud of black smoke appeared, and 2 slender black lines appeared on his hands. These should be his weapons. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the black snake man. He chuckled and said, "Looks like the negotiation is invalid. I'll take it as the infernal demon realm declaring war on me, Ling Xiao. Is that okay?" If there were 4 9th-level core fragmentation stage existences, he could only run away. But now, 2 puppets were directly smashed by him. The woman hadn't fully recovered yet. Only the man was left, so he didn't need to be afraid. "Of course you can think so. We're not only going to kill you, but also your teammates of the Battle Alliance. This is the price you have to pay for sneak attacking us." The black snake man licked his lips and sneered. Chapter 45-43. "If you want to kill my friends, you'll have to kill me first. Of course, you have to have the strength to do so." Ling Xiao's voice gradually turned cold. These people wanted to deal with his friends, so he naturally couldn't let them live. So what if they were martial artists from the 9 underworlds? So what if they were martial artists at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm? He had killed the Divine Physique realm martial artists before. "You're as arrogant as the rumors say." Hiss, the black snake man shook his hands, and the black pythons released a sinister aura. A voice that sent chills down their spines rang out. It seemed that Ling Xiao had guessed correctly. This man's weapon was this living black snake. Ling Xiao rarely saw such a martial artist. Today was an eye-opener for him. Swish! Suddenly, the 2 black snakes elongated at the same time. With terrifying killing intent, they attacked Ling Xiao from completely different angles. The angles were extremely tricky. Because they were living creatures, they could even change the direction of their attacks at any time. Even the Tai Chi was difficult to grasp. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He turned into a golden light and dodged. When he was in midair, the snake's shadow suddenly changed direction and attacked again. The black snake man sneered. "Even if you dodged once, can you do it a second time?" A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The East Victory demonic sword suddenly appeared in his right hand. Flight light! The accuracy of attacking the black snakes might not be high, but this sword attack was aimed directly at the black snake man. The black snake man was a little surprised. He hurriedly controlled one of the pythons to block the attack. The other snake's shadow continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, the threat level of a snake was naturally not enough to trouble Ling Xiao. He dodged it easily. The python hit the ground and released a strange green aura. In the next moment, the entire rock was instantly corroded and smashed like stinky tofu. The attack power is powerful and strange. The angle is tricky, and the weapon is also impossible to guard against. If hit, ordinary people won't be able to take it. Ling Xiao dodged the attack. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The other party wanted to kill him. He also wanted to kill the other party, so he needed more information. Chi! At this moment, the streak of light pierced the black snake, and a section of the black snake was cut off. Black Snake's face turned even uglier. Ling Zhao's strength was a little beyond his expectations. He originally thought that this brat was at most at the level of Xian Mu, and could be easily taken down. From the looks of it now, it was truly troublesome. Boom! In the next moment, Black Snake released his martial soul. His martial spirit was indeed a black serpent martial spirit. The huge black snake coiled behind him. With the release of his martial soul, the two pythons in his hands became even stronger. Thousand Shadows Snake Claw! With a cold snort, the black snake man suddenly released dozens of snake shadows from his hands, all of which pounced on Ling Xiao. Residual HP! Ling Xiao sneered, no longer intending to dodge. He already had a rough understanding of the other party's strength. Next, it was time to end the battle. The huge blood-red sword she swept across, and its width was more than 10 meters. And his speed was extremely fast. Dozens of snake shadows were easily split apart by the residual blood sword chi, scattering flesh and blood all over the ground. Black Snake Man took a few steps back in shock, and his face was very ugly. His hands were trembling, and there was blood dripping from his palms. It turned out that when the residual blood sword tore apart the Thousand Shadows Snake Claw, his hands were also injured. Hee hee, you make it sound very fierce, but it seems that you're just SOSO. Ling Xiao stood there coldly with his sword in hand. No one knew that he had just set up a maze nearby. In this way, even if the people from the Abyss of Demon came to help, they would not be able to find them in a short time. They would also not be able to detect their battle aura. Since he was determined to kill these two people, Ling Xiao would not give them the slightest chance. Bat Lady, your injuries have not healed yet? Black Snake Man sensed Ling Xiao's strength and was a little impatient. Although he had not yet revealed his strongest strength. 2 against 1, it was always easier. He did not want to take the risk. If he was killed by Ling Xiao, how pitiful would that be? Soon! Bat Lady originally wanted to rest for a while, because in her opinion, since Black Snake Man had attacked, Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand more than a few moves. However, it had only been a few rounds, and it seemed that Black Snake Man could not hold back anymore. Hold on a little longer! Bat Lady's injuries were not light, and it was almost impossible for her to recover in such a short time. Even if she swallowed the divine medicine, the result would be the same. Therefore, she had to wait for now. Hurry up! Black Snake Man gritted his teeth and continued to deal with Ling Xiao. At this time, he had already lost the heart to underestimate his opponent. Previously, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously, but now, he had to devote himself to the battle. Otherwise, he really did not know what would happen. If that's all you've got, this battle should be over. Ling Xiao looked at Black Snake Man with contempt. This person really disappointed him. From the judgment of the Tai Chi, Black Snake Man should not be so weak. At the very least, he could create certain conditions for him to improve his strength and add some energy to his cultivation C. However, if Black Snake Man was as strong as he was now, he could kill him in one move. Go to hell! At this moment, Bat Lady's voice suddenly came. Dozens of bats condensed into a dark magic sword and stabbed at him in a frenzy. The sharp edge was completely different from ordinary weapons. The bat magic sword released a strange sound. Although it could not be heard, it could make one's mind chaotic. Before the attack arrived, Ling Xiao seemed to have seen himself being cut apart. He originally thought that this woman was just a support. Now, it seemed that this woman's attack power was not inferior at all. Undead body. Ling Xiao tried out his new ability. The moment he entered the undead body, his entire person seemed to have turned into a ghost. Not only was he lifeless, but he was also lifeless, which gave off a terrifying aura. What's going on? Both Black Snake Man and Bat Lady were stunned. The next moment, Ling Xiao no longer dodged and let their attacks fall on him. He was completely fine. For the first time, Black Snake Man and Bat Lady felt fear. Their pride was definitely not a bluff. Basically, in the 4 regions and 9 realms, they were the kind of geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. They did not even take Xinyaning, a martial artist of the same level, seriously. Not to mention a martial artist like Ling Xiao who was at the peak of the Dan realm. They did not care about him at all. But now, they suddenly realized that they knew too little about Ling Xiao. This guy had many terrifying abilities that they could not imagine. Try using your soul power attack. Black Snake Man finally calmed down. After all, he was the leader. If he panicked, the team would really be finished. Understood. Bat Lady put away her bat magic sword. Suddenly, she took out a talisman. There was a dark spell drawn on the talisman. This was a soul secret spell that she had specially made. As the talisman shattered, the ground suddenly cracked. One by one, strange creatures crawled out from the ground. Chapter 45-44. These monsters, some were covered in blood, with no part of their bodies intact. Some looked like jellyfish, but they were black in color. Some stuck out their long tongues and jumped around. There were also female ghosts in black cloaks and so on. In short, all the terrifying monsters one could imagine seemed to have appeared in an instant. For a moment, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The sound directly pierced through Ling Xiao's soul protection wall and entered his soul realm, trying to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Is this an illusion? No! This should be a kind of soul secret technique. It uses soul power to condense terrifying monsters to frighten and stimulate warriors. Their attack power is not very good. Under the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao was very calm. These monsters almost had no physical attack power. Even if they did, his undead body was not afraid. As for the soul attack, although it was very strong, it was a pity that it encountered him. The other party was really unlucky. If it were any other enemy, they would have collapsed by now. Previously, Fang Heng was frightened by these evil ghosts, and did not even have the strength to resist. Sure enough, your weakness is your soul. Today I'll make you beg for death. Seeing that the attack was effective, Batgirl was immediately happy and deeply relieved. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. How dare you show off such a boring trick in front of me? The black sheep beast soul transformation form. The next moment, he transformed. A terrifying death aura was released from his body. At that moment, countless ghosts hid in fear as if they had met the Ghost King. They did not listen to Batgirl's command at all. The black sheep was an extremely powerful creature in the world of undead. In addition, it was enhanced by the deity position of the sheep god. When mere ghosts saw it, they would run away. Which one of them did not want to live and rushed forward? How can this be? Who are you? Batgirl was surprised. Only people from the Netherworld demon realm were good at this kind of evil charm. They did not expect Ling Xiao to know it too, and it seemed that he was even more powerful. Black Snake's face became more and more unsightly. This Ling Xiao, starting from the sneak attack and destroying the 2 puppets, had broken their attacks several times. Even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were still unable to cause any harm to this kid. If this were to spread out, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2. After all, with Ling Xiao's current strength, if he didn't release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Black Snake in a one-on-one battle. But if he were to face 2 9th-level core shattering stage martial artists, it would be slightly difficult. However, in the current battle situation, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. Therefore, combat power was ultimately just a number. The real outcome of the battle would depend on how well they performed. Both the Black Snake Man and the Bat Lady were extremely powerful. Perhaps even a half-step divine physique echelon expert would have a headache if they were to fight the 2 of them together. However, Ling Xiao was an accident. Up until now, he was still fighting with the attitude of cultivation. He didn't unleash his full combat strength. Go all out! But at this moment, the Black Snake Man suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He was just about to end this battle. The battle prowess of the two people on the other side actually soared again. In the end, Black Snake Man chose martial soul fusion. Transforming into a giant python, his combat strength increased by at least 10 times. The Bat Lady also chose martial soul fusion. Transforming into a human-shaped bat, she soared into the sky. The surrounding black bats were like floating cannons, constantly shooting out strange supersonic cannons. Although each attack might not be able to cause damage to Ling Xiao. But with so many attacks, it might not be so. Ling Xiao, today we'll show you our true forms. In this form, if we join forces, we can even defeat a half-step divine physique echelon martial artist. After Black Snake Man transformed, his voice became much louder. He opened his mouth and spat out terrifying attacks. Every time, the ground would be corroded into black water. Ling Xiao used his movement technique and kept dodging. He secretly praised in his heart. As expected of a martial artist from the netherworld, his strength was indeed strong. In a 1-on-2 situation, it would be very difficult to wear them down. Looks like I have to play for real. Let's end this quickly. Ling Xiao sensed that someone else was coming. He couldn't continue playing. The remaining value of these two people had been completely squeezed out by him, providing him with nearly 10% of the cultivation sea's energy. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Suddenly, Ling Xiao turned into a golden light and disappeared. Don't let him escape. Black Snake Man and Bat Lady's first thought was that Ling Xiao was trying to escape. But was Ling Xiao really going to escape? No! Black Snake, be careful! Bat Lady was in the air and observed more carefully. She found that Ling Xiao's path was not an escape path, but a pounce on Black Snake Man. She exclaimed. Humph, do you really think I'm a pushover? Bat Lady, I'll hold him back. Find an opportunity and kill him. Black Snake Man snorted and had no intention of dodging at all. He swung his huge tail and directly whipped it at Ling Xiao. He wanted to hold Ling Xiao back. However, in the next moment, his whole body suddenly trembled. No! This was a fake. Just as he was about to warn Bat Lady, it was already over. Bat Lady heard a murderous voice behind her. Residual blood! Chi! With one slash, Bat Lady's body was split into two. The most terrifying thing was that the sword she released by residual blood was wreaking havoc in Bat Lady's body. In an instant, Bat Lady was tortured to the brink of death. Bat Lady! Black Snake Man exclaimed, his face turning even uglier. They had said that they would not underestimate Ling Xiao, but they had underestimated him just now. They thought that Ling Xiao would choose to escape, but in fact, he had launched an attack. It was this wrong judgment that had caused Bat Lady's death. In Bat Lady's current situation, if no one saved her, she would definitely die. Now it's your turn. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and raised his hand. Run! Black Snake Man did not want to resist at all. He did not even care about his companions. From Ling Xiao's body, he felt a sense of fear that he had never felt before. Can you escape? Void-shattering finger! At that moment, Black Snake Man felt as if he had been sucked into a space. He could not control his entire body. Crack! In the end, his body completely shattered. His life stopped at that moment. After Ling Xiao killed Black Snake Man, he looked at Bat Lady. Bat Lady was on the verge of death. However, she still could not believe the result of the battle. 100 Worm, oh 100 Worm, you are completely wrong. We have underestimated Ling Xiao. She had stopped praying to live. However, Ling Xiao did not disappoint her. The chair did not show the slightest bit of mercy to a beautiful woman like her. He raised his hand and burned her to ashes. That's pretty fast. After getting off Bat Lady, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The other 3 people from the abyss of hell were already nearby. It's not wise for a half-step divine body realm martial artist to fight now. I'd better leave first. Ling Xiao performed the earth golden light technique and left quickly. Chapter 45. About half a minute later, 100 Worms, Mu-Ho, and Bing Dian from Abyss arrived at the scene. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit oppressive. It was very heavy. 100 Worms looked at the ashes and corpses on the ground coldly and didn't speak for a long time. But his eyes were still emitting a cold light. The monkey-faced Mu-Ho frowned and said, "It seems like the two puppets were destroyed from the beginning. Was it a sneak attack? But even so, Black Snake and Bat Lady together shouldn't be so weak. Is the enemy really that Ling Xiao? It can't be wrong," 100 Worms said eerily. "Judging from the destruction of the puppets and the traces of their deaths, the attacks all came from one person. What a guy! I really underestimated this Ling Xiao. I still don't think it's possible. Ling Xiao is just a warrior of the ultimate stage of Dan. Black Snake and Bat Lady are not bad either. I suspect that it's very likely that it's that Golden Prince's doing." Mu-Ho still couldn't believe that this was done by Ling Xiao. "Senior brother Mu-Ho, don't forget what Xingyaning said," Bing Dian suddenly said. "Ling Xiao took the Black Goat Necromancer from the four of them alone. If Xingyaning didn't mention this, would you believe it? Yes, according to Xingyang's description, this Ling Xiao is not only powerful. He has many tricks up his sleeve. He's also very cunning. Looking at the scene, we know that Black Snake and Bat Lady were fooled by him." 100 Worms sneered. She didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all in the City of Adventure. Even if Ling Xiao defeated Xian Mu, he was still just an ant in her eyes. But now, she finally had to be serious. Otherwise, she would probably make the same mistake as Black Snake and Bat Lady. The two of them had probably underestimated Ling Xiao, which was why they had met with such a calamity. "Chase! No matter what, we can't let this kid escape. How dare he kill disciples of Abyss? He must die!" 100 Worms sneered ferociously. But at this moment, a bloody crow flew over from the sky. Then, it quickly dived down and landed on 100 Bug's arm. "It's a signal from Senior Brother Shueya!" A red light shot out from the blood-red crow's eyes. It formed an influence. It was a man in a red robe. "The Holy Land of Heaven, Lang Qingqing, has discovered a treasure trove. She can sense the aura of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's very likely that the treasure we're looking for is there. Follow my crow here, I need help." "It's Lang Qingqing!" Mu-Ho exclaimed. "This Lang Qingqing is probably in the top 3 of the 10 people from the Heaven Holy Land," Freezing Point said. "That's right. Among the warriors who entered the world of souls this time, her strength is among the best. You can't underestimate him." 100 Worms also nodded. Normally, she was very proud, but she was not a match for Lang Qingqing. Among the warriors who entered the world of souls this time, Lang Qingqing definitely ranked in the top 10. "Leave that Ling Xiao alone for now. Don't forget the real reason why we entered the world of souls. Let's go!" The crow soared into the sky and turned into a black shadow flying in front. 100 Worms and the other two followed closely. In their eyes, the treasure was obviously more important than revenge. About half an hour later, the crow finally arrived in front of a mountain. There were 2 disciples from the 9 underworlds waiting there. "Where's Senior Brother Shueya?" 100 Worms couldn't help but ask when he didn't see Shueya. "Senior Sister 100 Worms, Senior Brother Shueya has another mission. He went to contact them," the disciple said. "There are still too few people. Only 10 can come in at a time. Fortunately, the 9 underworlds are prepared. If Shueya can contact them, the 9 underworlds demon realm will definitely win this time." 100 Worms sneered. There were many dead demon beasts on the mountain ahead. It was very troublesome for a 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist to enter alone. That was why the 2 disciples from the 9 underworlds asked for help. Shueya left the crow for them to contact. Although the demon beast's aura was very strong, it still couldn't block the aura of the treasure. "It's definitely right. There must be rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures on this mountain. Even if it's not on the prophecy stone tablet, it won't be bad." 100 Worms' perception was very sensitive. There were a few people nearby. They seemed to be martial artists from the neutral team. They were far away from the people from the 9 underworlds, but they were still reluctant to part with the treasures on the mountain. Senior Sister 100 Worms, should we kill them? Muho asked. We don't have time to care about them. Our main opponent is Lang Qingqing. 100 Worms shook her head. At this moment, they saw a figure rise up from the mountain. With the vision of a martial artist, of course, they could see it clearly. That person was wearing a long green dress. When she flew up, she was like a green fairy. Her movements were elegant and nimble. Just from her movement technique, one could see how powerful she was. Roar! In the next moment, a head popped out from the forest. It was an enormous undead spirit python. Lang Qingqing sneered. She stretched out her slender hand from her sleeve and slapped it down. Slap! The huge dead spirit python instantly turned into a bloody mist. Lang Qingqing, what a powerful technique! That dead spirit python's defense is extremely strong, but it was actually shattered by her palm. 100 Worms frowned. Among the 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, the Heaven's sacred ground was second only to the Eternal Emperor region. The martial artist's strength was naturally extremely powerful. Let's go! The mountain was huge. Lang Qingqing couldn't occupy it completely. They also had a chance. Yes! The 5 people from the 9 underworlds entered the mountain together. Some of the neutral martial artists nearby also rushed in. On the other side, Ling Xiao couldn't sense the aura of the martial artists from the 9 underworlds. He knew that they had given up. Although he didn't know the reason, it was an extremely good thing for him. Therefore, according to the original plan, he prepared to meet up with his companions. This damn place was too dangerous. With his Tai Chi eye, his companions should be safer. His luck wasn't bad. Half an hour later, he found Dong Wanyu and Jianhu on a creepy path. What surprised him was that Dong Wanyu's cultivation had increased again. She had reached the late stage of the ultimate core realm. With Dong Wanyu's strength and the 2 treasures, she should be able to fight against the 9th level shattered core realm martial artist. As expected of my disciple. She's really powerful. Ling Xiao didn't feel jealous at all. He only felt happy. Master! Seeing Ling Xiao, Dong Wanyu excitedly jumped into his arms. Ling Xiao couldn't help but blush. Although they were master and disciple, their age difference wasn't that big. One was a young girl, and the other was an ordinary man. It was really a little awkward. Cough, cough! Brother Ling! Jianhu saw Ling Xiao and also walked over. Didn't you see Little Gold and Cold Plum? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. But we met a neutral martial artist just now. He said that young Master Jean might have entered the Death Soul Mountain ahead, Jianhu said. So, we're preparing to rush over. Everyone read. In the end, he died tragically. Dong Wanyu shivered. She discovered that there were indeed many withered corpses by the roadside. It seems that in the world of souls, not only do we have to deal with warriors, we also have to deal with these terrifying things. She stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to look around anymore. The 3 of them continued forward. They were already close to the dark mountain range. Some of these mountain ranges were very low, while others towered into the clouds. It gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like monsters. The air was filled with the thick stench of blood and decay. From time to time, a large number of mosquitoes and flies could be seen flying by. Undead creatures are an indescribable existence. I heard from young Master Jean that they are unable to leave the world of souls. Once they leave, they will die. Someone tested it before. But in the world of souls, they are almost immortal. They rely on devouring the life force of living beings to survive. Sword Tiger spoke again. How did undead creatures come about? Ling Xiao was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, if they died, they would die. How could there be such a name? Their physical bodies were completely lifeless. But their souls were still alive. You're not the only one who doesn't know. The Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance don't know either. They have studied it for thousands of years and only know that undead creatures can only survive in historical remains. Oh right, among these creatures, there are human-like existences called the undead race. They are more intelligent than ordinary undead creatures and can also cultivate. Sword Tiger replied. Undead race. Ling Xiao sighed. As expected, there were many strange things in this world. Some people suspect that the undead race is a monster created by the martial artists of the eternal desert to study the art of immortality. Of course, it's just a theory. It may not be true. Sword Tiger added. I think it's very possible. Ling Xiao smiled. When he spoke, he did not let down his guard at all. Undead creatures could appear at any time. Especially those undead race. Since they were intelligent, they would definitely not let foreign races take away their treasures easily. Perhaps this trip to the world of souls would be more dangerous than imagined. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, he could almost touch it with his hands. Ling Xiao shook his head. Here, divine sense was severely suppressed. Even the Tai Chi eye could only see things a mile away. This was simply like an ordinary person walking in a fog. It was very uncomfortable. The Death Soul Mountain seems to be the place recorded on the map with the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Ling Xiao saw the outline of the Death Soul Mountain and could not help but say, Then we can be sure that young Master Jean has indeed gone to the Death Soul Mountain. Sword Tiger said excitedly. After all, before, it was just a guess and hearsay. But now, it was basically confirmed. He thought about how little Jean was about to get what he wanted. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. Of course, he was happy for little Jean. However, he did not feel anything at all at the moment. Regardless of whether it was the remnants of the Z God or the U God, there was no aura at all. He did not know when he would encounter them. The world of souls was really too big. When did you become so impetuous? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. It seems that cultivating the demonic Tao has affected your mind. Although the demon path is powerful, it is a little too eager for instant success. I think it's best for you to cultivate the contents of the White Lotus Scroll at the same time. Merging the divine and demon paths and balancing yin and yang is the right thing to do. Thank you for the reminder, Master. In fact, Ling Xiao also felt this way. He seemed to have become more bloodthirsty and anxious now. He had originally thought that it was caused by the oppressive atmosphere of the world of souls. Now that he thought about it carefully, it should be because of cultivating the Black Lotus Scroll. Anyway, with your current strength, it is impossible to cultivate the Black Lotus Scroll completely. Why don't you cultivate it together? Cultivate the Godly Venerate, Demon Venerate, and Emperor Venerate bodies. That will greatly increase your strength, Yuan Venerate said. As for the things left behind by the Beast God, there is no need for you to be anxious. As long as you get close, the Beast God's deity position will naturally react. I understand. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and silently recited the contents of the White Lotus Scroll in his mind. He walked forward and cultivated at the same time. Sure enough, when he circulated his true essence according to the method of the White Lotus Scroll, he immediately calmed down a lot. Sure enough, I have to balance yin and yang. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He still had too little experience. He would have to ask his master more in the future. Chapter 45-47. Stop! Ling Xiao didn't let down his guard as he walked forward. His vision of 1 mile wasn't short. What's wrong, master? Dongwan, you asked? Undead spirit race, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He had seen undead spirit beasts before, but he had never seen undead spirit race. Although undead spirit race and undead spirit beasts were both creatures of the world of death, they were fundamentally different. The undead spirit race possessed intelligence and had their own martial arts system. Other than their bodies being lifeless, they were no different from humans in other aspects. Maybe they didn't have feelings. He always felt that these creatures were cold and murderous. They didn't seem like living creatures. Or maybe they weren't living creatures in the first place? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Jianhu and Dong Wanyu suddenly became nervous. After entering the world of death, they were considered lucky. Although they had encountered undead spirit beasts, they hadn't encountered undead spirit race. The skin of these undead spirit race members was gray. It was a lifeless color, just like rocks. Prepare for battle! Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid them. Because when he discovered the undead spirit race, they also discovered them. Moreover, it seemed like there was no need to avoid them. These undead spirit race members weren't very strong. A strange sound could be heard as the undead spirit race members rushed toward them at an extremely fast speed. Understood! Jianhu and Dong Wanyu took out their weapons and treasures. Staring ahead, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This feeling was too intense. Ling Xiao also entered the Black Goat Undead Spirit Beast Soul Transformation state. The Black Goat Undead Spirit Beast Soul Transformation was the most suitable form to survive in the world of death. Its combat power was even stronger than the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. He took out the East Victory Demonic Sword. He had only cultivated the White Lotus Scroll for a short time. Therefore, he still used the Black Lotus Scroll in battle. In an extremely short period of time, the undead spirit race members had already arrived nearby. There were a total of 4 of them. One of them was the most eye-catching. It was covered in black armor and held a pitch-black longsword. It was actually riding on a hell nightmare that was burning with purple-blue flames. 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Even its mount has the same combat power. Together, it's probably the legendary Hell Nightmare Knight. Its combat power is comparable to a half-step divine physique Hector. Jianhu cried out in alarm. I'll deal with this guy. I'll leave the other 3 to the 2 of you. When Ling Xiao saw the Hell Nightmare, his eyes lit up. The world of souls was truly a blessed place for him. Previously, he had obtained the undead Black Goat. If he succeeded this time, he would be able to obtain a Hell's Nightmare. This kind of nightmare looked like a warhorse, so it should be able to fuse into the Horse God Divine Tablet. As such, all 12 Beast God thrones were gathered. Who knew what would happen? The Nightmare Knight's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance, coldly looking at Ling Xiao and the other 2. He even opened his mouth and spoke. Whoever steps into the world of souls without permission shall die. His voice sounded like metal clashing against metal. There was no emotion in it at all, and it made the 2 of them very uncomfortable. He could imagine the sound of metal scraping against each other. It was really unpleasant to hear. Other than the Nightmare Knight, the other 3 undead spirits didn't look as cool. It could even be said that it was ugly. He was as thin as a match, like a large piece of pork ribs. They had sharp claws and teeth. When they walked, they basically crawled. One could even see pieces of flesh on their bodies. They are slaves raised by the undead spirit race. They are created from the corpses of outsiders. This is why they are called corpse ghosts. Their souls are imprisoned in their corpses. They are cursed by a powerful curse and don't know who they are anymore. They only know how to tear apart the enemies in front of them and eat all the flesh on their bodies. By devouring their enemies, they can extend their life force and increase their combat strength. Luckily, there was someone like Jianhu beside him. If he didn't dare to Ling Xiao, he would really be blind. Kill! The Nightmare Knight gave the order. The 3 corpse ghosts pounced toward Dong Wanyu and Jianhu at the same time. It seemed like the Nightmare Knight had the same thoughts as Ling Xiao. Was he prepared to fight against Ling Xiao one-on-one? However, aren't you a little too much to bully me with your mount? Thinking about it was just thinking, but Ling Xiao was not afraid. His current mission was to delay the Nightmare Knight. He wanted Jianhu and Dong Wanyu to kill the 3 corpse ghosts as soon as possible. Then, the 3 of them would work together and kill the Nightmare Knight. Although they were invaders, the Nightmare Knight wanted to kill them, so they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Jianhu's combat strength wasn't low. He was at the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor wouldn't have sent him to be Little Gold's bodyguard. It was a piece of cake for him to fight against 2 corpse ghosts. Dong Yu's combat strength was the weakest. However, she had the 9 revolutions gourd that Ling Xiao gave her. In addition, she had her own jellyfish lava mirror. In a one-on-one situation, she had the advantage. Ling Xiao was the most troublesome. The Nightmare Knight's combat strength was abnormally strong. Moreover, this fellow was proficient in soul techniques. No one would be able to take it if he attacked. Luckily, Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely strong and he wasn't affected by the Nightmare Knight's attack. He held the Dongxing demonic sword and fought against the Nightmare Knight. He even released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. If he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. The Nightmare Knight seemed to be very shocked. His best nightmare attack was actually ineffective against Ling Xiao. He immediately panicked a little. This won't do. Even if I break the Nightmare Knight's attack, I'll be at a disadvantage if it's 2 against 1. Looks like I have to break them 1 by 1. Ling Xiao suffered a few losses. Although he didn't suffer any serious injuries because of his incomparably strong physical body. But if this continued, no one would be able to take it. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. In the next moment, Ling Xiao used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. A figure attacked the knight, and a figure attacked the Nightmare Knight. The moment they got close, he used Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Within a 1-meter radius, time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Only Ling Xiao could still travel through time. Although it was only for 3 seconds. But it was enough for Ling Xiao. He threw this punch at the Nightmare Knight. At the same time, he released the demonic eye and forcefully erased the Nightmare Knight's soul. Boom! After a huge roar, the Nightmare Knight was sent flying. This was because the Nightmare Knight had already been killed by Ling Xiao. After all, it was only a Nightmare Knight at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Ling Xiao used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist with the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul State. How could the Nightmare Knight be his match? At the same time, Dong Yu had also finished off her opponent. Then, she fought the 2 corpse ghosts together with Sword Tiger. Sword Tiger wasn't afraid of fighting 1 against 2. 1 against 1 was pretty much easy. After 3 moves, he easily tore his opponent into pieces. The Nightmare Knight was killed. 2 of the 3 corpse ghosts died. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the Nightmare Knight actually turned around and fled. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. He wasn't familiar with this place, but it was their territory. If he was ambushed, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, the last corpse ghost was also destroyed. The corpse ghost wasn't strong to begin with. After being attacked by Sword Tiger and Dong Yu, how could it not be destroyed? Chapter 45-48. Let's go! Ling Xiao suddenly increased his speed. Jianhu and Dong Yu also hurriedly followed him. They knew very well that if they killed the ghouls and let the Nightmare Knight go, there would definitely be a large number of undead spirits coming here. No matter what, they couldn't take this risk. They didn't come to the undead world to be enemies with them. If the undead spirits didn't attack them, they naturally wouldn't attack them either. However, if the undead spirits wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be polite either. Ling Xiao rushed at the front. His Tai Chi eye was constantly observing the surrounding situation. He tried his best to use his speed to avoid the undead spirits. These guys weren't to be trifled with. As expected, not long after Ling Xiao and the others left, the Nightmare Knight returned. The fleeing Nightmare Knight returned. This time, it was riding a skeletal warhorse at the 7th stage of the core fragmentation stage. It was much lower than the Hell Nightmare Knight. Moreover, it was leading hundreds of ghouls. Its blood-red eyes looked in the direction of the Death Soul Mountain. Chase! The undead spirits had ruled the undead world for many years. Although there were always creatures from the outside world coming in to cause trouble, they couldn't shake their rule. They wouldn't allow this to happen either. Ling Xiao's path wasn't a straight path. During the process, he chose to take a few detours so that the undead spirits would lose track of them. However, during the process, they encountered many undead spirits' demonic beasts. Fortunately, demonic beasts weren't like the undead spirits. They didn't have intelligence. Even if they were in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm, they wouldn't be a match for them and could be killed easily. Whether it was him, Jianhu, or Dong Wanyu, they all had the ability to deal with them alone. With the three of them working together, they were able to deal with the battle faster. They basically didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Ling Xiao didn't attack for the next few times. Instead, he started to fuse with the Hell Nightmare Knight. He was absolutely confident that Dong Wanyu and Jianhu could clear the obstacles for him. They would protect him. About half an hour later, purple-blue flames burned on Ling Xiao's body. The Hell Nightmare Knight's shadow appeared behind him. Success! He successfully fused with the Hell Nightmare Knight's beast soul. All the 12 divine beast positions had beast souls from now on. At the moment of the fusion, all the beast souls seemed to have leveled up. Both of them had reached the divine body realm. Unfortunately, this was not a physical monster like the Troll King that could fight. It could only increase the power of Ling Xiao's special skill. At the same time, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy rose to 60%. His physical strength had also increased significantly. Although none of them had achieved a breakthrough. However, it was really not easy to improve so much in such a difficult situation. At the same time, the Infernal Nightmare Beast Soul gave Ling Xiao two special skills. First, Nightmare Moment. It could hypnotize 3 martial artists at the same time. The lower the soul power, the easier it was to hypnotize them. The hypnosis lasted for 30 seconds. Of course, the deeper one fell into the nightmare, the harder it would be to wake up. When Ling Xiao saw this special skill, he felt that it was a godly skill. In this way, when he faced multiple powerful enemies, he could make them fall into a nightmare. The enemy's combat power would inevitably be weakened. Secondly, the corpse could be revived. This was a very powerful ability that allowed him to revive up to 6 corpses to fight for him. Moreover, they didn't differentiate between friend and foe. In other words, the enemy's corpses, neutral corpses, and his own corpses could all be revived. Moreover, he could directly revive them. This was practically a godly skill. However, there were also many limitations to the effect. For example, he could not revive martial artists who were stronger than him. It was strength, not cultivation. As for how to define this, probably only the King of Sovereigns would know. Of course, like other special skills, they would become stronger as the beast soul became stronger. It was similar to mystical powers. Whoever used it would know. Brother Ling, the closer we get to the Dead Soul Mountain, the more dead souls there seem to be. It's a little troublesome. Sword Tiger suddenly said. You guys move aside first. I'll try out the new skill. Ling Xiao smiled. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he used corpse revival. The next moment, the 6 dead souls that had just been killed were revived at the same time. Moreover, they were the strongest 6 of them. All of them had reached the 8th stage of the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao could now be sure that the strongest corpse he could revive was the 8th stage of the core-shattering realm. This was because there were clearly existences at the 9th stage of the core-shattering realm among these monsters, but they did not revive. The King of Sovereigns was only SOSO. They could not see through the terrifying improvement brought by the Sky Tyrant martial soul. It was a little regretful. However, there were suddenly 8 more powerful corpse ghosts opening the way. This was also quite an impressive thing. Sword Tiger and Dong Wanyu were stunned. It's a pity that this ability can only be used once every half an hour. Otherwise, it would be even more impressive. Ling Xiao smiled. Let's go. With the corpse ghosts opening the way, we should conceal our auras. We should not have to fight too much. Master, how did you do it? This is simply too magical. Dong Wanyu was filled with admiration. It's just a little trick. You don't have to praise your master like that. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he felt very good, he still had to keep a low profile. Someone died. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao frowned. Ahead, a pair of corpse ghosts were chewing on corpses. The corpses were already broken, but Ling Xiao could still see the things scattered on their bodies. People from the 23 teams? Sword Tiger frowned. As a martial artist, he was already used to such scenes. Dong Wangyu was not so strong. Girls were more mentally fragile. She had already gone to the side and started vomiting. Although she was used to seeing martial artists die, she had never seen such a strange scene. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire, burning the corpses and the corpse ghosts. These corpse ghosts were not strong. They were only at the 3rd stage of the core-shattering realm. Logically speaking, they should not be a match for these people. There were a total of 6 people who died. Among the 6, 3 were at the 7th stage of the core-shattering realm. 1 was at the 9th stage, and 1 was at the 8th stage. There were a total of 8 corpse ghosts. No matter how one looked at it, these people did not deserve to die. Could it be that another team did it? Sword Tiger said. That's impossible. There are no auras of other teams nearby. Don't underestimate my eyes. Ling Xiao said confidently. It's very likely that someone as strong as the Nightmare Knight appeared. Or even stronger. Sword Tiger also agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. No matter what, let's go first. Even I can't detect this guy's existence. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the half-step divine body realm. Or even stronger. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He realized that he had overlooked a problem. He had always thought that there would not be any divine body realm beings here. But now that he thought about it, foreign martial artists could not be here, but the undead race might be. Damn it. I should get to know the undead world again. This is not the ruins we imagined. It's the world where the undead race lives. Anything can happen. Ling Xiao tried his best to calm himself down and took a deep breath. End of chapter. Chapter 45-49. I don't understand what you mean. Sword Tiger was stunned. Ling Xiao explained. For example, we thought we were going to the wilderness for an adventure. Although there are many demonic beasts, there are no demonic beasts. However, demonic beasts basically don't have any organization. We can easily defeat them one by one. Then, we can get what we want. And now, we've actually entered a city with a civilization. We have to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in the city. We are invaders, but we are also prey. The undead spirit race may have already started hunting us. Those people just now died in the hands of the undead spirit race. I understand. Sword Tiger understood Ling Xiao's words, and he felt his scalp go numb. No wonder the death toll in the heaven ruins was so high. As they spoke, the 3 of them had already disappeared into the darkness. For safety, Ling Xiao even put Sword Tiger and Dong Wangyu into the Dongxing Emperor Ring. He also turned into an undead spirit. He moved forward with the 6 ghouls. This way, he could protect himself to the greatest extent. About half an hour after they left, a black figure appeared there. His face couldn't be seen clearly. The black figure floated in the air like a ghost. He looked coldly at the ghouls that had been killed. Interesting invaders! He suddenly let out a strange laugh and disappeared into the darkness again. Ling Xiao was more and more certain that the undead spirit race had already started to move. They were the prey, and the undead spirit race was the hunter. All the martial artists who were fighting for the treasure had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. He believed that the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had already known about this. Only the neutral teams had foolishly barged in and become cannon fodder. Thinking about the plan of the martial artists of the 9 underworlds, he felt that there seemed to be a very terrifying conspiracy in the world of souls. He told Dong Wangyu and Sword Tiger his thoughts. The 2 of them felt a chill down their spines. What do we do now? Do we continue? Sword Tiger asked. Of course we continue. The undead spirit race won't let us go just because we escaped. We can only risk it. The most important thing now is to unite more martial artists. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He wanted to find Xiao Jin and Cold Plum, and then join forces with a few old acquaintances of the heavenly devil ghost realm. In this hunt, the more people there were, the safer it would be. Judging from the movement pattern of the dead spirit race, they couldn't dispatch many powerhouses. Therefore, they would usually choose to attack a lone warrior. Otherwise, he would be picking up a soft persimmon to bully. Although he didn't know the reason, it was good news for Ling Xiao. At the very least, the undead spirit clan had not discovered him yet. This was his advantage. After entering the undead spirit body, his aura was almost identical to that of the undead spirit race. It could be passed off as genuine. He also tried his best to avoid unnecessary battles. Finding Xiao Jin was more important. With 8 ghouls paving the way, under normal circumstances, the ghouls wouldn't attack him. Suddenly, the sound of battle could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao's eyes could not see, but his voice could be heard. This battle was really intense. Although he didn't want to get involved, this path was the only way to reach the Death Soul Mountain. If he took a detour, it would be too far, and there might be unknown dangers. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued forward. What a strong fishy smell! It's the sea race! He was getting closer and closer to the battle. Although he still couldn't see the other party's figure, Ling Xiao smelled the sea race's warriors that he had seen more than once. In the mystic world, the largest place was the stormy ocean. Therefore, the sea race's numbers and scale were definitely more than the human race. There were tens of thousands of countries in the western regions. This group of people should be the Deep Sea Dragon Realm's warriors. 12 people? Ling Xiao was stunned. Isn't there a maximum of 10 people in each team? Even if all the Deep Sea Dragon Realm's warriors were gathered, there should only be 10. What's going on with 12? It's the same old trick, Sword Tiger said indifferently. Once you enter the heavenly ruins, even the Council of Patriarchs can't do anything. Therefore, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will send some people to stay in the heavenly ruins. It's convenient for treasure hunters and also to investigate the situation of the dead spirit world. It's not surprising that there are such people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I see. Ling Xiao instantly understood. The dead spirit world was a place that the Council of Patriarchs couldn't control. As long as they couldn't break the restrictions of the dead spirit world, they wouldn't be able to control the situation inside. The 4 regions and 9 worlds all had their own selfish motives. Brother Ling, it's better not to go over. None of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are easy to deal with. The Deep Sea Dragon Realm is not to be trifled with, Sword Tiger reminded. There's no other way. These guys are blocking the way to the Death Soul Mountain. Since we're already here, we can't possibly go back, right? Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he was most unwilling to meet the people from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. After all, he had a grudge with these guys. He had already killed quite a few elites from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm, including 2 Divine Body Echelon elites. But what was the use of being afraid? Ling Xiao temporarily put away the corpse ghost. It was easier to escape alone. Thinking of this, he continued to walk over. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. It turned out that the 12 people from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm were working together to kill a ferocious dead spirit wolf. This dead spirit wolf was 10 meters tall and extremely huge. Its fur was extremely tough. Its combat power was extremely strong. It was probably more terrifying than any half-step Divine Body Echelon elites. But even a hero couldn't win against so many people, and the dead spirit wolf finally fell to the ground. Just at this moment, Ling Xiao arrived nearby. In the crowd, a young martial artist suddenly looked in Ling Xiao's direction. Even though Ling Xiao was in his shadow dancer form, he was still discovered. This young martial artist was about 90 years old. But he looked like he was only 16 or 17. His eyes glowed with a strange light. It was very likely that he had also mastered an eye technique. In this team of 12, there were 3 half-step Divine Body Echelon elites, 6 9th-level core shattering stage experts, 3 8th-level core shattering stage martial artists. The one who discovered Ling Xiao was one of the half-step Divine Body Echelon elites. and he seemed to be the leader of this team. Although he was young, he was extremely powerful. Since he was discovered, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He appeared and looked at the deep-sea dragon realm team. Normally, when teams met in the world of dead souls, they wouldn't fight. Unless the other party discovered a treasure and wanted to fight for it. Of course, this was excluding those who had a feud. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao had a feud with the deep-sea dragon realm. However, it was another matter whether these people knew about it or not. You guys continue. I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao smiled. Stop! You're Ling Xiao, right? The young man with blood-red eyes said coldly. In the next moment, the rest of the people had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Who are you? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he asked. Heavenly Flower Jellyfish. That young man was rather direct. Heavenly Flower Jellyfish, you're a martial artist from the Sea Tribe's jellyfish lineage, right? That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. May I know why you stopped me? Ling Xiao asked. Top M. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate either, directly using the vertical golden light technique. Without the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he really wasn't a match for this divine body realm expert. He could only wait until he found Little Gold. If they worked together, they might be able to win. The King of Shadows snorted and tried to catch Ling Xiao, but he failed. Ling Xiao's King of Light was a sun god's ability, which contained the space law. How could he catch it so easily? The King of Shadows was furious, so he vented his anger on the deep-sea dragon field's martial artists. He killed 5 of them in one move. However, the remaining people had already fled far away. Kid, your aura is the most dangerous. Killing you is more important. The King of Shadows glanced at the direction Ling Xiao escaped and continued to chase. The next moment, Ling Xiao appeared in the Death Soul Mountain. But he did not know where. Just now, he had been so focused on escaping that he had become a headless fly. He calmed himself down and was about to leave when he suddenly found himself surrounded. It was 4 black-robed martial artists. They were dressed like the King of Shadows, but they were like skeletons. Their strength was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. Get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. The King of Shadows was chasing after him. That guy seemed to think that he was the biggest threat in the world of souls. Ling Xiao did not dare to release Dongwan Yu and Sword Tiger easily. He was afraid that something would go wrong. But at this moment, he could not be careless. Attack together. He released Sword Tiger and Dongwan Yu. At the same time, he released 6 ghouls at the 8th stage of the core shattering realm. They attacked the 4 black-robed skeletons together. The black-robed skeletons did not expect the situation to turn out like this. They were surrounded instead. They immediately prepared to escape. There was no need for them to risk their lives. The King of Shadows would arrive soon. At that time, Ling Xiao would definitely die. But how could Ling Xiao give them the chance to escape? The 6 ghouls surrounded the 2 black-robed skeletons. He directly used the void-shattering finger to crush them. How could the black-robed skeletons, who were only at the 9th stage of the core-shattering realm, resist? They were easily killed. On the other side, Dongwan Yu also used the jellyfish lava mirror to cover one of the black-robed skeletons. Then, she killed it with the flying sword of the 9 Revolutions gourd. Sword Tiger's battle was relatively simple. He directly tore his opponent apart alive. Ling Xiao did not even think and directly kept the 4 corpses. He had the ability to revive corpses, but he was still unable to revive a 9th stage core-shattering realm martial artist. But it did not mean that he could not do it in the future. Now, his cultivation C energy had increased to 70%. He was not far from breaking through. Once he entered the core-shattering realm, he could cultivate the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and the Black Lotus Treasure Light. His combat strength would naturally increase greatly. Just as he was about to leave, the King of Shadows appeared again. Ling Xiao was going to use the same trick again. The King of Shadows sneered. If I let you escape this time, how am I going to survive? As he spoke, black shadows appeared from his hands and suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. A black cage was formed between heaven and earth. It sealed the passage of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's earth-crossing golden light technique could not escape. It directly collided with the black gas and bounced back. I can't escape. I can only protect myself. Ling Xiao made a prompt decision and threw out dozens of alchemy formation stones. These were all good things that he had accumulated over the years. Under normal circumstances, he did not need them, but at critical times, they could save his life. Even if the King of Shadows could capture him alive, he could not kill him. Dozens of complex arrays crisscrossed and protected him. The King of Shadows was also like a wolf eating a hedgehog. Good boy, you know arrays. These dozens of arrays are really not easy to break. The King of Shadows' expression changed, and he was a little embarrassed. Congratulations, King of Shadows, for capturing this guy. Even if you can't kill him now, there will always be a way. There are many methods in the world of souls. You don't have to worry. More than a dozen black-robed skeletons appeared nearby, and their strength was uneven. But they were basically all in the core-shattering realm. No wonder there was a strength requirement when martial artists formed teams. Those who were weak would die if they entered here. There was no hope of survival at all. That's true. Bring him back to Shadow City and take good care of him. This boy has many secrets. We will definitely gain a lot. The King of Shadows originally came out to hunt experts, but he found a strange power on Ling Xiao, so he changed his target to Ling Xiao. Chapter 45-51. The Shadow King retracted the boundless shadow and imprisoned Ling Xiao. Then, he returned to his Shadow City. In the Shadow King's mansion, he released the black ball. The black ball floated in the air, giving the Shadow King a headache. It was like having delicious food but not being able to eat it. It was a headache. King, the holy water of necromancy has a terrifying corrosive effect. If you use chi to refine this thief, it might work. A nightmare knight below suddenly said. That's right. The Shadow King immediately smiled. Kid, even if you have the protection of the array, my holy water of necromancy can completely melt you. Come! Holy water of necromancy! As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a container appeared in his hand. It was not gold, nor iron, nor jade, nor stone. It was unknown what it was made of. A gray liquid flowed in the container that looked like a wine bottle, as if it had a life of its own. It constantly emitted a suffocating aura of death. This aura of death could even refine a divine physique realm martial artist alive. Not to mention a mere Ling Xiao. The holy water of necromancy was a special existence in the world of souls. It was holy water refined by the dead spirit emperor using the chi of necromancy, and it contained pure yin qi. It could break all arrays, yang qi, and true yuan. It was also extremely precious in the world of souls. It could even be said that once a mortal emperor weapon with less than 10 dragon patterns was refined by the holy water of necromancy, it would become a holy weapon of necromancy. But this time, the Shadow King didn't want this effect. He only wanted the holy water of necromancy to break the dozens of arrays that Ling Xiao had set up. The Shadow King gently touched the black ball, and the holy water of necromancy merged with it and seeped into it. It was only a small bottle, but it seemed to be endless. Other than the 13 dead spirit kings and the dead spirit emperor, no one else could have so much holy water of necromancy. The holy water of necromancy was refined by the dead spirit emperor for the dead spirit king to refine his body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The holy water of necromancy entered the black ball and immediately made a strange sound, and it started to tear apart the first layer of the array. Whoosh! Finally, the first layer of the array collapsed after 3 breaths. The Shadow King smiled proudly. Kid, no matter how strong you are, he had the ability to set up formations. It's a pity that you didn't expect this king to possess a divine item like the holy water of the dead. However, the Shadow King probably didn't know that Ling Xiao's mood was completely different inside the layers of formations. It was a laugh that bordered on madness. Ha ha ha, this idiot! Ling Xiao laughed wildly. I was still thinking about how to escape. I never thought that he would actually use a treasure like the Holy Necromancer to deal with me. This is something I've always dreamed of. The Black Lotus Scroll states that the Holy Dead Spirit Water is a supreme treasure. By using the Holy Dead Spirit Water to cultivate, one can cultivate into a Black Lotus Demon Venerable. The ultimate goal of the Lotus Sutra was to cultivate 3 true bodies. This was not a clone. Instead, there were 3 true bodies with the exact same strength. The only difference was that they used different divine abilities and cultivation methods. Once he successfully cultivated it, he would be able to fight 4 against 1 at any time. That would be extremely awesome. Demon Lord! The Supreme Divinity! Ancestor! In addition to the main body! That scene would probably make the enemy cry. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao began to concentrate on cultivating the Black Lotus Scroll. The Yuan Venerate helped him control the array formation and deliberately let in a small portion of the Holy Necromancer. It flowed continuously like a stream. If it all rushed in at once, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even his current physical body would probably be destroyed directly. While absorbing the Holy Necromancer, Ling Xiao's physical body was constantly being tempered at the same time. In the Mountain River realm, a black lotus was constantly growing and gradually taking on a human form. At the moment, it already had the outline of a human body. It really works. At first, it was just a guess. However, after trying it out, Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no problem. Previously, he had lost the 9 Underworld Great Demon King and obtained the Lotus Sutra. Although it wasn't a loss in the long run. After all, it was still a little troublesome in the short term. There was no need to worry now. He believed that once the Black Lotus Demon Venerable was cultivated, his strength would also improve greatly. Breaking through to the core fragmentation realm shouldn't be a problem. Just like that, Ling Xiao kept stealing the Shadow King's Holy Necromancer to cultivate his Black Lotus Scroll and temper his physical body at the same time. The Shadow King was naturally not stupid. He also felt some strange changes, but he couldn't completely confirm it. Could it be that this kid actually has some treasure that can resist the Holy Necromancer? No, I can't be so slow. No matter what, I have to refine this person. Although this kid has great potential, he is only a warrior in the completion of the ultimate core realm. If the holy water of the eternal undead can't refine it, then it'll be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, the Shadow King immediately increased the input of the Holy Necromancer. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he had completely gone astray. The more he acted this way, the more Ling Xiao benefited. Time passed slowly. The streams of dead spirit holy water never returned, becoming a treasure for Ling Xiao to raise his strength. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 90%. The celestial demon Black Tortoise body was also close to a breakthrough. The most amazing thing was that the Black Lotus had completely transformed into a human form. Next, it only needed more Holy Necromancer to refine it. To make it stronger. An hour passed. Another hour passed. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, but he knew what had happened to him. The demonic chi in his body had been transferred to the Black Lotus Demon's supremacy. The Black Lotus Demon's supremacy didn't have a soul. It was just one of his physical bodies. He had once cultivated the remnant of the Essence Soul Scroll. His soul could be divided into many parts, so controlling 2 physical bodies was not a problem at all. According to the Lotus Sutra, in order to cultivate the Black Lotus Scroll to greater mastery, the warrior's strength had to be at the divine body realm at the very least. However, with the help of the Holy Necromancer, Ling Xiao had completely taken a shortcut. He had made the impossible possible. In the end, Ling Xiao simply removed all the arrays. The Black Lotus Demon's supremacy appeared beside him. He looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but the demonic chi was dense. One could tell at a glance that he cultivated the demonic Tao. Using the demonic Tao cultivation method, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao's body. Boom! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Ling Xiao's cultivation had finally broken through. The first stage of the core fragmentation realm was really not easy. If it weren't for the holy necromancer, he definitely wouldn't have broken through so quickly. At the same time, the two people in the Dongxing Emperor ring also benefited from it. Sword Tiger merely absorbed the energy of Ling Xiao's holy necromancer and broke through to the half-step divine body realm. Dong Wanyu was even more exaggerated. She directly broke through to the first stage of the core fragmentation realm. Her cultivation was comparable to Ling Xiao's. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this little disciple of his. Fortunately, this talent wasn't snatched away by others. Otherwise, it would definitely become a very troublesome enemy. At the moment, Ling Xiao's condition was a little strange. His cultivation had broken through to the first stage of the core fragmentation realm. His combat strength was comparable to that of a half-step divine body realm. Of course, this was under the condition that he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could fight against a half-step divine body realm warrior. Mobile version update website, M.